to conduct business without holding meetings open to the public and to allow state agencies the ability to effectively and efficiently provide emergency relief and engage in emergency management functions. At this time, we are able to live stream the open portions of this meeting via the DHHL website. Leah, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Awo,
Here.
Commissioner Helm,
Here.
Commissioner Kaapu, Commissioner Kalekini,
Aye.
Commissioner Kaupu,
Here.
Commissioner Namuo is excused, Commissioner Neves,
Aye.
Commissioner Teruya,
Here.
Chair Aina.
Present.
We have 8 members present. We have a quorum.
Okay, members, to comply with Act 220, after roll call, please ask commissioners if there's anyone in the room with them. If so, please identify that person. Remind commissioners to keep the camera on unless they are excusing themselves from the meeting. A quorum of commissioners must be visible during the meeting. Unless unanimous, all votes must be conducted by roll call. In the executive session, ask commissioners and participants to confirm that no one is unauthorized in the room with them or able to hear them. I'm going to ask ICRO to confirm that no unauthorized persons have access to the meeting as indicated on the control panels, and then remind commissioners that they may turn off their camera during the executive sessions. Thank you, commissioners. With regards to the agenda today, we're going to defer item F1. It will be included in next month's agenda. We apologize for that item C1, F3, F4 were uploaded in the Dropbox on the DHHL website on Thursday. There are 8 people signed up to testify today for public testimony. The commission will recess around noon for about 30 minutes for lunch and convene in an executive session for additional 30 minutes. May I have a move to approve the agenda?
I'll move.
Second.
Okay, got it.
And then, okay, all those in favor of approving the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, that motion is
Sure.
carried.
Yes. There, on the agenda on page, what was that? 10 out of 12, there's a typo error. I just noticed it.
Oh, are you referring to the minutes?
No.
The agenda.
Itself. It's spelt wrong. The person's name spelt wrong.
Okay.
James
What?
Paletta. It's on the page 10 of 11 on the agenda, on the constant agenda. You see,
that
his name is
9,
wrong.
D9 or D10?
D10.
Okay.
Just wanted to make note of that, Chair.
Okay, what's the name? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
James, it's supposed to be James Paleka, but it's spelled P-A-L-K-E-A. It's supposed to be P-A-L-A-K. Yeah. Anyway,
We got it? We got it. Thank you.
thank
Thank
you.
you so much.
Just wanted to let you know. Thank you.
Thank you, Zachary. Any corrections or edits to the minutes for January 18th and 19th? Okay, hearing none, can I have a motion to approve the minutes for January 18th and 19th?
So moved.
Second.
Yes, go ahead, Dennis.
Second.
Oh, okay. Okay, all those in favor of approving the minutes, say aye.
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 Aye. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the minutes are approved. Are we ready to go to public
Yeah.
testimony? First up is Kapua Lauifi. Testifying on agenda item G2. Good morning. Can you unmute? Kapua, can you unmute, please?
Okay, got it.
Okay, good
I'm the
morning.
first, huh? Good morning. Nice to see all you guys. Okay, for all of you who don't know me, I am Kapua Lawifi, fourth generation homesteader from Kalamaula. This year is gonna be our 99 year on our first lease. Yeah, gonna be up. Yay. We have another 100 though, and hopefully more moving on. But on this agenda item, we support all the proposals that was recommended for Molokai. Well, all the beneficiaries, let's put it that way. We're always happy to work with the commissioners, and I know you're always supporting us, the beneficiaries. And we want to thank you also for helping us move along with our projects. And we have some new leaders coming up on Molokai, and we're so happy to have them talking today. I believe they're gonna, we're mentoring them right now, so they can take over because we like retire. But so I have 3 different hats, yeah, today. So I'm the president of Kalamaula Homesteaders Association. We wrote in for the road, one of your priority projects. So we're looking forward to get that done because a lot of our roads in Molokai is not paved. So we're looking forward to figure out what we can do and help, the DHHL get maybe funds somehow to get that moving along. My second hat, I am now the executive director for Ho'opili Farmers Association, a newly formed farmers association where the mission is to help out the farmers as well as the ranchers and see what we can do. There was a drought in these last couple of years, so we want to move forward with that. Maybe we can get some of the farmers to start growing feed for the ranchers to help out when the drought happens. So hopefully we can move that along. And then lastly, of course, I'm always a partner with all the associations to help out. I do work with AOM and Napule. So I just wanted to thank you guys again for helping out the beneficiaries, and yep. Aloha.
Mahalo, mahalo, Kapua. Any questions, commissioners? Okay, thank you so much for testifying and all that you do.
You're welcome.
Mahalo Kapua, thank you.
Hello.
Nice to see you guys.
Thanks.
Nice to see you too.
Hello, Kapua.
Yeah, next testifier is Deisha Lei Hemuli.
Aloha.
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 Hey, my name is Deisha Lei. I'm from Ho'olehua Molokai Homestead. I'm the newly elected president of the Ho'opili Farmers Association and Board. And I do support and recommend the grant proposal from Ho'opili. And I think it's an awesome opportunity. And just wanted to thank all of you commissioners for always supporting the beneficiary associations and all of our projects. So mahalo.
Okay, any questions for Deisha? Okay, if not, thank you very much for stepping up and doing what you do. Our next
Mahalo,
testifier,
Deisha,
Mahalo,
for
Deisha.
being here today. Mahalo.
Mahalo.
our next testifier is Pinky Gaspar. Nope. Is she there?
I don't see her in the.
Okay, we'll go to Brent. Brent Nakihe. Are you there, Brent? Okay, is that it? There you go. Can you unmute, Brent? Go ahead, Brett. Oh, wait, he just lost him. Is he trying to get back in? There he is. Okay, Brent. Proceed, but you're muted, please. Please unmute.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Awesome. Yes.
Okay, so aloha Department of Hawaiian Homelands and Hawaiian Homes Commissioners. My name is Brent Kelly Okamalo Nakihe, fourth generation Hawaiian homesteader, situated on lot 16, Kalamu'ula, Molokai. My grandfather, John Pua'a, is the original leaseholder for DHHL lease number 0000005 back in 1922. He passed it on to my maternal grandmother, Agnes Pua'a, who signed it over to me. I am the vice president for the Kalamu'ula Homesteaders Association and is here to say that we support the grant recommendations and want to mahalo the Hawaiian Homes Commissioners for all grants to Molokai to help beneficiaries. In addition, the Kalamu'ula Homesteaders Association is looking forward to working with DHHL in the future as well. Thank you, and are there any questions?
Any questions for Brent, commissioners? Okay, seeing none. Brent, mahalo for stepping up. It's nice to see a new generation of leaders on Molokai.
Thank you. Mahalo.
Hello, Brad.
Mahalo, Brent.
Hello, Brad. Welcome.
Right on.
Okay, next testifier is Blossom Pitera. Pitera? Blossom? You're muted. Hi, Blossom.
Blossom, you're on mute.
Probably because I was on the wrong screen. Hi, aloha commissioners. Mahalo for the opportunity to provide testimony on several items on the agenda this morning. And I'll start with item C1. Once again, commissioners, I want to thank you wholeheartedly for taking up the banner for King's Landing and making this happen. There are some concerns, of course, with the recommendations that you heard at the last commission meeting last month. I just wanted to reiterate certain points here regarding those comments in the recommendations. The beneficiaries of King's Landing has been homesteading there for over 40 years, okay? To see on the recommendation that homesteading may not be a possibility is very concerning, particularly to those beneficiaries that have been there all this time. They understand that the due diligence process may require them to relocate, but the idea of having no homesteading opportunities in King's Landing, they are finding extremely concerning, and I'm sure that you're going to be hearing about that earlier in the next testifiers. Excuse me. The due diligence process that is part and parcel of the designation and the lease awards clearly will bear out any concerns that may be in place right now. And the due diligence process also allows for mitigation and alternative solutions to allow the activity to continue. So I would ask that you all keep that in mind as you move forward. But I do want to ask all of you to support the recommendations and adopt it so that King's Landing and their efforts can move forward. Item D8. So as we move forward, more and more of our beneficiaries on the wait list are being taken off. And I have a few concerns and questions that I'm hoping that Mr. Chair, if you can clarify for me. So there was a directive by the commission to ensure that written notice was provided to these applicants with an option for contested case provided. I would like to ask for an update on whether those letters went out and if there was any that came back requesting a contested case hearing. And was there a deadline included in that notice for when they'll be able to make that request? So item E1, the model home project that took off in Hilo was a huge success, right? It hit so many different points on the target. We're training up people in the trades. Kupuna are getting homes that are either renovated or brand new. And my only question would be is when can we see a replication of that project model on the other islands? Item G1, we just participated in a seaworm hearing for the designation of surface and groundwater, a water management area for the Lahaina sector. What we realized is that these designations actually provide assurances to beneficiaries that Section 221 was going to be fulfilled in the reservation process. And so I would ask that you support this item G1. In item G2, grant awards, I want to congratulate all of the recipients and the awardees, and I would beg the commission to approve this list. But I do have some additional recommendations that I think would be more beneficial to not only the department and the commission, but to our beneficiary community as well. First of all, if we could know what the total number of applications that were submitted, how many were denied, and the reasons of the denial, and the number that were approved. I think that the department would be not be remiss if they provided for an annual grant training workshop, not just on Hawaiian homelands, but in general, for your regional grant priority projects. $100,000 may not be sufficient for what they want to do. And this money can be used to leverage other grant funds that may be made available, but they have to apply for it. And those grant programs may require a different skill set from what they use for DHHL. And I think it would be advantageous for beneficiaries and the Homestead Association to have that opportunity. The other thing is that, and I did mention this before, your capacity building grant at $5,000 is a great start, okay? But in reality, $5,000 for capacity building does not go very far without additional funds or significant in-kind contributions for the beneficiary organization to be able to successfully move forward. The average cost of a board training runs about $10,000 if they have to pay for it. If they're doing a strategic planning session, you're looking at anywhere from $15,000 to $20,000, depending on how large or how comprehensive your strategic plan is. And so increasing the capacity building grant to a maximum of $15,000, I think gives associations a little bit more leeway and in their planning effort, and a little bit more ease of mind in terms of the work that they need to do to move forward on their capacity building. The other thing that I also mentioned before, commissioners, is that currently the applicant must be a 501c3 nonprofit, and according to your grant specialist, that is a state rule, okay? What I would say to all of you is that our trust funds is the money that is funding the grant programs, and it's the commission that has governance authority over those funds. I would ask that you allow for the expansion of the criteria to include state recognized domestic nonprofits. In particularly, that would afford your DCCR communities who are not able to get a 501c3 to be able to utilize grant funds as well. The other thing that came up is that, I know that the department has a grant review committee. In the past, the department provided for community homestead leaders to be part of the grant review process. I think that it would be beneficial, once again, that community leaders such as Papa Kolea, who's very well experienced in grant writing, Malu Ohai with Antihomi Schneider is another good person, resource, that they be part of that grant review committee. And going through that. And the other thing that I would like to see addressed in your grant program is that the land management division be part of that grant review committee. If there is a grant coming out that may require a land use disposition, that the land use disposition item be addressed before the award is deployed. And with that, commissioners, thank you very much. I hope I stay within my 3-minute time frame.
Pretty close. Questions for Blossom?
Chair,
Go ahead, Randy.
yes, not a question, more of a comment. And maybe this is better addressed with the department, but on E1, there was a program that had begun a collaborative agreement with the correctional facility here on Maui College and the department to begin the construction of homes. I'm not sure whatever happened to that program. I thought it got started and then I don't know what happened.
Randy, it did get started. Actually, one home is in the process of getting ready to be built. I would just say that had it not been for COVID, I think things would have been much further along. There was issues with, of course, the labor from Maui Correction Center. That appears to be all worked out now, and
Okay.
we're on our way. And I hope that it can be expanded like the Hilo Community College one.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Blossom? Okay, Blossom, we are considering your suggestions. We're discussing them right now. So just letting you know that it's not just being dropped, okay?
Okay, thank you.
No, thank you. Those are good suggestions.
Mahalo, Blossom.
Thank you,
Mahalo,
Blossom.
commissioners, for the time.
Hello.
Have a good meeting.
Thank you, Blossom. Mahalo.
Thank you. for
Thank you,
your-
Blossom.
Thank you. We'll go to Pinky. She was just there. Hi, Pinky.
Aloha.
Okay, we can hear you.
Okay, let me-
We can hear
As-
you and we can see you moving around.
here we go.
All
On
right.
behalf of the president of AON, we are supporting the G2 agenda. And on behalf of Napule,
Okay, we just lost you, Pinky. Okay, well, wait for her to get back on, but in the meantime, Pinky, if you can hear me, just try to get back in and we'll take the rest of your testimony. In the meantime, we'll go to Aina Aloha Ione, testifying on C1. Okay, we can see you. There you go. Okay,
Aloha, can we hear me now?
yes, we can.
Okay, mahalo. Aloha and mahalo for the time to provide testimony on item C1 of your agenda. I need to share that the overall language of the recommendation continues to be disheartening. In the beneficiary consultation between our two organizations, we did not discuss the usage of park or conservation. My father and I met with Chairman Aila and Land Manager Kahana Albino. And during this phone conference, Chairman assured us of 4 things: to begin the process for Kuleana land designation, including the due process of the Hawaii Island waitlist, implementing a new land disposition to Maha to caretake the lands of King's Landing as it goes through its land designation process, the enforcement of non-beneficiaries off the Aina, and 4, to offer undivided interest to honor our 14 kupuna beneficiaries who have passed away while waiting on the wait list for Aina, and to ensure that this doesn't happen again to our Kupuna Council who have entered into their 70s. I've come to the understanding that during this meeting on December 28, 2021, the chairman, being a member of the investigative committee, either one, did not know of the appearance of park and conservation in the upcoming proposal, which is why he didn't share it with us then, or two, it was put in within the next 25 days. As I reflect back to our history between Maha and this commission, I searched for any time where other land designation possibilities were shared and discussed within the beneficiary consultation. And I remember during our driving tour of King's Landing, that this was the first time that the current commissioners have ever been welcomed into the Aina of King's Landing. And it was at Green Ponds that Joby Mizakatani asked myself and my father if we have ever noticed the effects of climate change and sea level rising on our subsistence living, which honestly took us off guard, because we were at the site of a non-beneficiary who was living on Hawaiian homelands, while other beneficiaries have died on the wait list. And yet the only shared conversation was focused on climate change and sea level rising. It is very disheartening to think that before even experiencing the lands of King's Landing, and without conversation or mo'olelo sharing of our current beneficiaries, that there is a predetermined wanting for possible other land designations. And the King's Landing beneficiaries, we have been fighting for over 42 years for land security to ensure our rehabilitation. And it only took 1 year for this other land designation proposal to appear. And what that tells me is that I'm on the wrong side of this Zoom conversation. If I seem passionate, it's because I am. If I even seem untrusting, it's because I am. Keali'i Kuhio fought till his dying day for the rehabilitation of his people. What was the cause? That which needed rehabilitating? It was the trauma of Hawaiian people from land separation, from land displacement, and from land relocation. Native Hawaiians, our DNA is connected to Aina, which is why we go crazy when it is severed. Every day I drive home through Keaukaha because of the detour. I pass through the airport. I see the airplanes land on acres and acres of Hawaiian homelands. I think of the ohanas that were relocated as a result of due process and due diligence. I think of the homes that were destroyed, ohana ties, familial lineage, relationship, and descent severed. I think of the increased trauma placed on the already suffering Hawaiian beneficiaries, and I myself become scared. I'm absolutely scared as a Hawaiian beneficiary of this commission and of this proposal. I'm scared of the very institution created in trust to carry out and ensure the rehabilitation of Hawaiian beneficiaries. This is not a direct result of your efforts, but a longstanding history between beneficiaries and commission. What role will we play, you and I play, in this continued story between beneficiary and commission? I testify today in support of the proposal in front of you, and I ask humbly that the appropriate amendments be made to respectfully represent the King's Landing beneficiaries, that the land designation of park and conservation be removed. If it stays, it will outlast both Chairman Ayla and Joby's journey in the department and be left as a real possibility for the next set of new eyes and perspectives that will join the commission. This proposal needs to better represent the beneficiaries and be able to last its long journey. Maha's request for homesteading is also supported by the East Hawaii Hawaiian Homestead Associations. My father spoke to all the presidents and gathered support. Any other possible land designation would not only be against the wishes and requests of the King's Landing beneficiaries, but also the East Hawaii associations as well. And I will be working on collecting written support and submitting it during the March agenda for historical record keeping and support through this long process. Mahalo anui loa, and may the Aumakua guide us through this huaka'i to make pono decisions together and give us strength, patience, and foresight towards our rehabilitation home, back home to Aina. Mahalo.
Thank you, Aina Aloha. It's okay to be untrusting. This land designation was something that was considered after, only because in the entire due diligence process, and believe me, this commission has been paying attention to climate change, not just in King's Landing, but in all of our lands, especially the low-lying lands. So it is nothing, there's no conspiracy here about that. It's just that as a trustee, we have to be prudent in considering all of the possibilities, right? We will work with King's Landing folks as we discussed. And the only reason that it's there is because it's just prudent to, in the due diligence, to have that designation added. So I just wanted to give you that explanation. Okay, any questions for Aina? Aloha. If not, thank you for your continued work.
Mahalo.
Mahalo, Aina.
Okay, Pinky, we're gonna try to go back to you. There you are. Can you unmute?
We ready?
Good.
Can hear us?
Yes, we can.
Aloha. Introducing myself, I am Casey, and on behalf of AOM and the Pole, we support Ahupua'o Molokai, and
We support G2,
we support G2,
Ho'opili, and Kalamu.
Ho'opili, and also Kalamu'ula.
And mahalo for your time.
And mahalo for listening and taking in.
Okay, thank you.
Mahalo for giving us the time. Mahalo to the commissioners for allowing this program to come down to our homestead association. So on behalf of Ahupua'o Molokai, thank you very much. To the next one, aloha.
Mahalo. Any questions for Pinky? Commissioners? Okay, if not, thank you for your efforts on behalf of Ahupua'o Molokai.
Aloha.
Mahalo, Pinky. Mahalo.
Aloha.
Next testifier is Skippy Iwane. Skippy? Okay, we see you. Might be muted. Skippy, can you unmute, please? I can.
Okay.
There you go.
Oh, hallelujah. Okay, my 3 minutes on.
Start now.
Okay, brothers. Aloha kaua, aloha kako. Okay, I like to start like this, okay? You know, in the past, when the great white father, he liked indigenous land, he relocated them, the indigenous people. He relocated them like the Cherokee. Historically, you heard of the Trail of Tears. No need answer. I see you coughing. Anyway, when the great white father liked land, he relocate the native peoples. Yeah. So what I'm concerned about in my village, because when the great 50th state needed airport, they've been relocate the Keokaha Hawaiians to Panaewa. So a concern that I have with my village, I just heard this now when bird flew in the window, that certain staff is thinking about relocating us. If that happen, I promise we're gonna scrap. We're not going. Okay, so think about it and be strong and allow your sons and daughters of Hawaii and stick with us, not stick with our state. Okay, now that's one. Two. Number two is my father marking on the waiting list. Him, Korean War, 3rd Infantry, Purple Heart. He marking on the waiting list. Now his name, you can find him easy because I get the same name as him. Him senior, me junior. Now, I don't want to create a situation where both Kali'i Ioanes die on the waiting list. You know, so I want the commission to, you know, start thinking, because when I was talking about the Trail of Tears, there has been an economic genocide of the mass migration of people from Hawaii to Las Vegas. Now, that is our circumstantial situation we're in now, and it's economical. Now, the waiting list no one change unless the thinking of the commission change. You know, we don't can keep thinking $500,000 homes. That's how we are thoughtless now. No can afford. And I don't care if you're deaf, dumb, or blind, and what the other saying, barefoot and pregnant. You gotta be able to add 2 and 2. The economics of the situation Hawaii is in does not do well for medium to low income Kaneka. So our village, King's Landing, has been its own answer for 40 years. I live there. That the economics of it is you can handle by your own economic velocity without being what you call treated like they treat us when they relocate us. That's how you do cattle. That's how you do chattel. So us guys in our village, how we accomplish the goal of Jonah Kuhio was thinking different than what the great white father, I think, it's only my humble opinion. And they shot me out of the sky 3 times, Vietnam. Boom, 3 times I get shot out of the sky. You know that kind, it deteriorates your thinking, or it helps you to see the same thing from another position. And I believe that's what we in the village are thinking of the goal of Preach Kuhio from a different position. We like to call it pallet technology, you know, and so that you're able to use pallets to build your house. And I like to coin this as you guys gotta respect poverty, because the people who stuck here no can migrate to Las Vegas. That's the kind of thinking I hope that the commission hire me for help you guys look at creative avenues to assist the waiting list. Because if you don't change your thinking, if you don't change, the waiting list not gonna change. I think that's it.
Yes,
So
Skippy,
aloha kaua oko, and I wish you guys think about designated King's Landing, Kuleana, so that we can continue to help you guys, help all us get through this economic genocide that's occurring in Hawaii today. Thank you, Mr. Aila.
Okay, thank you, Skippy. That sort of rumor that's going on, I think in Hilo about relocation in relationship to the airport comes from a report, a federal report that considers all of the options for the mitigation of, I guess, the newer planes and the bigger planes that's flying into Hilo.
Yeah, I remember 747.
Yeah, so just let me assure you that we've already talked to the state airports division, and
And prisons. Don't forget prisons.
yeah, so we've already told them that that is not an idea that's going to be supported by the department and likely the commission. So I know that it's making the rounds in Hilo. I know some people are
No,
talking
you know
about
what?
it.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, what they're saying is they like our area for our national park, so that the howlers can walk their dog. Because you see the howlers, they walk their dog in Home Depot. They walk their dog in KTA. I think they like walk their dog King's Landing.
Okay, I don't know anything about a national park, but we'll take a look at that. Okay.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Questions for Skippy. Okay, you've made it very clear your position. Mahalo, Skippy.
Mahalo,
aloha.
Skippy. Thank you.
Mahalo, Skippy.
Okay, mahalo.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Okay, next testifier, Alan Murakami. Alan, can you unmute, please?
Am I on?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity to testify. As some of you may know, I've been involved with the King's Landing issue for almost 35 years. And I just wanted to stress today my appreciation for the commission's work and the chair's work so far in bringing this investigative committee reports to hopefully move toward a Kuleana homesteading result. I think the people of King's Landing who have been there since the beginning, like Skippy Ioane, have truly proven over the last 40 years that they can manage and have acted almost as if they have had homestead leases, and they are deserving of the attention that you're giving it today. So my main points today are that we push as soon as we can toward Kuleana homesteading. through the due diligence and other processes that are being set up by the committee, that this be a viable result of this investigative committee effort, and that it lead immediately, as soon as possible, to the award of an undivided interest homestead lease to the founders of Maha, like Scipioani, whose time, frankly, is running short. And I bring this to your attention because of the sense of urgency I feel to give his Ohana and his generation the opportunity to become homesteaders, for which they've demonstrated their willingness, as well as their deserving that status. For that reason, I think we should move immediately and promptly toward the execution of the right of entry, and taking all appropriate steps to ensure that Maha's participation and cooperation with the department and commission move forward with due speed. So thank you very much. I just hope that this culminates eventually in a positive result for all the people involved.
Okay. Thank you, Alan. Questions for Alan, commissioners? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Alan.
Thank you.
Chair, if I could just make a few comments.
Go ahead, Randy.
Relative to the sense of urgency. I think some of us involved in this process also recognize a sense of urgency because, as you mentioned, Skippy's time getting short. Our time here in serving in the commission, certain members here, our time is getting short as well. And so we are acting in ways, while we recognize urgency and we share that sense of urgency, we have to pay attention to process in order to make this pa'a for everyone that wants to see us achieve success. So that's all I have to say. And thank you for testifying today. Aloha.
Thank you, Commissioner. I agree with you.
Mahalo, Randy. Okay, that concludes our public testimony for today. We will go to agenda items on the consent agenda.
Thank you.
Mahalo.
Thank you, Alan.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Juan Garcia, Homestead Services Division Administrator. And we have 18 action items under your consent agenda this morning.
Okay, do I have a motion to, well, first of all, Commissioners, is there any agenda items you would like removed out of the consent agenda?
Chair. This is
Yes,
Dennis.
Dennis. Yes, Dennis.
Yes.
Go ahead. You're muted, Dennis.
Sorry. Page 8 of 11, Bernard Lenchenko. I think that's on item D4. Have a conflict with that person, my first cousin. And I'm not sure if that's a cancellation or a transfer. It's not noted.
D4 is ratification of loan approvals.
Yeah. Well, I'm showing item D4 as homestead application transfers and cancellation. I'm looking at the agenda. Is that correct?
The agenda, I'm looking at the agenda. D4 is
Okay, looking at the agenda on, I guess it's D5, homestead applications and transfers. Is that correct?
Yes, D5 is approval of homestead application transfers / cancellations.
Okay, so on page 8 of 11, mid-page, last name Lenchenko.
Uh,
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
D5 only has 4 pages.
Okay, so maybe there's a conflict. I'm looking at the order of business we're doing today, and under D5, it says approval of homestead application transfers and cancellations on the pink sheet. And if you go to 8 of 11,
Okay, you're looking at the exhibit listing
yes,
of the agenda.
right. I'm just saying that one name there that I'm related to that I don't think I should be deciding on. That's my only comment.
Okay. Well, okay, so we'll need we'll take it out of the consent agenda and deal with
Okay.
it. So.
Okay.
item D4.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yes.
I'd like to take D15 out as well.
D15,
Yeah.
agenda item D15. Okay, we'll remove agenda items D4 and D15 from the consent agenda. Any others? We have a motion to consider staff recommendation on the consent agenda with the removal of items, agenda items D4 and D15 on the exhibits.
So move.
Second,
Okay. Any
I have a
questions?
question. Yeah, I have a question.
Go ahead, Patty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's not removing anything. I guess my question of on transfers, when we look at transfers, maybe one can answer that. How long normally the timeline for transfers to how long does it take to transfers to move forward? What is the timeline on that? I'm just.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Commissioner. I'm assuming we're talking about transfers of leases and not transfers of applications.
Mhm.
Transfers of leases, the department does its best to take any action for your consideration with respect to transfers of leases within a 2 to 4 month period. And the time frame varies due to various reasons. The most lengthy process is the research of a transferee's native Hawaiian blood quantum. One aspect of the time, the length of time that it takes us to take the transfer to you is the process whereby the department needs to confirm the parents listed on the birth record. That process includes communication with Department of Health for Department of Health to provide information confirming the parents named in an individual's birth record is in fact the biological parents of the beneficiary. There are situations where the persons or the parents named are the legal, there's a legal adoption involved. So that requires us to do additional research, which lengthens the process. But we try to target to come to you within a 2 to 4 month period.
Thank you. So so you mentioned 2 to 4 months. So do you normally notify the parties involved during the transfer that it will take maybe more than 2 to 4 months? Do they know that and understand that transfer does have delays, it goes through a process with DOH and all that?
Staff is very clear in providing that information at the very beginning of the request.
Okay, thank you. And I have another question since we're on that. When someone submits their application when someone submits their DHHL application and to the department, Juan, how long does it take for them to get notified of their acceptance of to be on the list and qualify? Do you know?
Let me ask, I think I'd better ask Nicole Bell to provide that response to your question, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, good morning, Commissioners. Nicole Bell, Applications Branch Supervisor. So typically an application takes up about 3 months to process. However, like the similar process on the lessee side with verifying the birth parents on our particular applicant's birth record, it has to go through the whole Department of Health process as well. And we send that over in batches. And so sometimes that may delay the process. In addition, now that we have established the blood quantum policy here for commission to approve every application, that too also causes a delay in getting that final letter out to the applicant, confirming that their application is complete, it is processed, and they are indeed on the wait list. So those two factors kind of play a big part as far as how long the application takes. Lately, I've noticed that sometimes it takes upward towards to like 6 months for them to receive that final letter. So it really all just depends on timing, when their application came in, the process with Department of Health, and in the process here of verifying their blood quantum.
Okay, thank you for that verification. So if someone submitted an application in 2020, do they hear between 2020 and 22 from the department that their process is moving forward? Or do they have to call you to find out where the application is?
No, so there are 2 letters that go out when we do an intake. The initial letter just confirms to them that we have received their application and that it is being processed. And it also gives them a heads up about that 3-month delay for that second letter to come in. So yeah, and so the initial letter that goes out just confirming that we received their application, and then the final letter goes to them informing them that everything has been completed and they are indeed on the wait list, and it also specifies the date of their application.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for that. Thank you.
You're
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Chair.
Nicole.
Chair. This is to Juan. Yeah, thanks, Juan. Question, after these applicants are approved today, whether it's for loans or successorship or transfers, what is the time period for them to move forward as to when they can get a confirmation for, let's say, for example, transfers? So from today on, how long will it take for these applicants? Being that they got.
Thank you, Commissioner, for that question. On lease transactions, upon approval by this commission, the next step would be to draft the appropriate lease document, whether it's an assignment of lease or transfer through successorship or an amendment to lease. The document paperwork is transmitted to the legal assistant to draft the lease document. Once the lease document is drafted, the document is transmitted to the Deputy AG's office for their final review and signature on the document. Lessee or the transferees or the successors are advised of an arrangement or appointment to execute that document once it's received from the Deputy AG's office.
So what is that?
So that time frame is, it can vary up to, we try to, again, process it within a 2 to 4 week process.
Thank you, Juan.
Thanks, Chair. And Chair, your mic is off.
Chair, we
again.
can't hear you.
But I heard you on Juan's mic.
Okay.
So Juan, just couple follow-up questions. So the 2 to 4 week process you just talked about, for after the commission has approved the transfer, is that included in your 2 to 4 month period, or is that on top of your 2 to 4 month?
That would be on top of the 2 to 4 month period to get it to you, Commissioner, for approval.
Okay. And then I'm not gonna mention the name, but I've been in conversation with you by email over a particular request that came in, and actually all the commissioners received that email. But for that particular matter, where are they in the process?
Yeah, again, thank you, Commissioner, for that question. That situation, we have not yet received the transfer request. The beneficiary attempted to contact the individual staff who was helping the individual earlier on. But the staff individual had death in the family, specifically the staff person's mother, which required her to spend time away from work to grieve and process whatever arrangements needed to be done due to the death of the family member. It's my understanding this morning that staff, who has since returned to work, has made arrangements to meet with the individual to receive the transfer request. So we're looking at, once we receive the request, a 2 to 4 month period to get it to you folks, to this body for approval.
Thank you for that. And again, prayers go out for
Thank you, Commissioner.
the staff member and the Ohana on the passing of Mama. But I also wanted to check. So it sounds like from what you were saying earlier, that the big kind of wait time, or the big time commitment is the communication between the department and Department of Health to qualify the NHQ for the transferee. Is that correct?
That is correct. That's one of the challenges that we have. Just to give you a little bit of history, Commissioner, there was a time when department staff was able to conduct the research on our own. The department staff would go to the vault, if you will, at the Department of Health and make or conduct research with regards to birth record. But that access was terminated a few years ago. And we've established this process of getting the information through what Nicole referred to as batches. We have a list of beneficiaries that we gather on a monthly basis that we transmit to Department of Health to make the necessary, or to conduct the necessary research with respect to biological parents, or whether or not there were amendments to the birth record due to adoptions.
Would it help the process if you had more people to process these kind of things, or it's just the nature of the intra-agency kind of process that you're now in that's going to result in 2 to 4 months of delay, no matter how many people we're throwing at it?
one process, that process of Department of Health, as stated, does cause a delay. But again, we're challenged with the lack of staff. And again, we can sit all day here, just talk about the need for staff. But again, there's budget constraints, et cetera. But just a matter of figures, the department, as far as lessee base, from 2006 to present, we have grown as far as lessees in excess of 35%. And that has not correlated with the increase in staff. And again, we're doing our best with the staff that we have to accommodate each of the transactions that we receive. And again, we process these transaction requests received on a first come or first in, first out basis. So there tends to be delays because of the lack of staff to process these requests.
So let me help one out because he's being nice. He said he doesn't want to throw his boss under the bus. Yes, we are short of staff. The spigot has been open, so our limited personnel office is in the process of processing all the vacancies. All the while at the legislature, we're fighting to make sure that the vacancies get funded again. With regards to transfers, there's other things besides the NHQ. There is the research on outstanding balances for property taxes, for DCCNR balances, for other things like that, outstanding loans. So all of these they're sort of complicated in and of themselves, which leads to the time frame that's necessary. And then, of course, COVID has created some additional timeframes, but I can assure you the staff does as best they can under these conditions. As COVID lightens up, I can see, and as we hire, things should be improving.
Thank you, Chair. And then, and Juan, I appreciate, again, all the effort you and the staff and Chair put toward processing as best you can. My last question is, in the process, when the parties to the transfer, which I'm thinking, well, in this particular case that I mentioned, it was a sale, right? Or it was a commercial, it was a sale of a leasehold transaction. When they have somebody who's helping them, a broker or a realtor of sorts that is helping with that process, is it possible that as part of the lead up to that transaction, that person can be assisting the parties by getting all of these documentation in place with Department of Health, with whomever, so that we start the process up to speed, so to say, and just have that person who's assisting with the transaction kind of earn their commission, right, on the transaction. Is that possible?
I think that's possible, Commissioner. But then again, it's the realtor is hired by the seller or the buyer. I don't believe we can enforce any action upon the realtors. It's the client, the beneficiary, and the realtor to make that arrangement.
But we can let them know that, if you have a transaction, if you come to the transaction with all of this background paperwork and research presented to the department, it should speed up your process, because we don't have this long intra-agency process that we have to work through. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement, and that's something that we can further look into, Commissioner.
Okay, because I would think it would be in not only the party's interest, but the broker's interest, because they're going to close on their commission.
And that's and that's one of the issues in going back into this email that has been going back and forth recently, and the situation that you've alluded to, Commissioner. It's my understanding, based on the report from the staff this morning on this matter, and the beneficiary is very apologetic with regards to requesting for the transaction to be expedited. And according to this individual, what she reported to staff was it was the realtor who was pushing this transaction to be processed quickly, even though we haven't even received the transfer request. So a lot of times, realtors are, of course, looking at their commission. They want to make certain that the transactions are processed faster than the department can deliver. But it's your comments are well taken, and I think it's something that we can definitely look into to help the department process our transactions much quicker.
Yeah, so Chair, maybe we could put together a cheat sheet or some sort of communication to people who are processing transfers for whatever reason, saying, if you're able to generate and collect these documents ahead of time, then hopefully it moves quicker.
We can do that to the extent that we're not divulging any private information. I mean,
No. I'm talking about like a ICRO thing, like a generic, go to the Department of Health. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Russell, I can assure you that the process, as far as the staff is well known, we can try to work with the realtors as you're proposing in terms of having them push the lessee and the potential buyer, because a lot of times we're waiting on information to come in, and that's what takes a long time. So we hear what you're saying, and we'll take a look at how to get the brokers to be more facilitative.
Yeah, but I agree. You got to work through the parties to push the brokers. We don't have privity. We don't have a relationship with the brokers directly. It's more with the people to the transfer.
We hear from them more often than I think all of you are aware of.
Hey, mahalo, Chair, mahalo one.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Aloha. Dennis?
Yes, just for one. So one, I understand the process. You need to check birth records and see if there's any improprieties there or some changes. But we, as a commission, we just approved a large amount on the wait list. Does that shorten the process? Because I'm hoping that what we approved on the wait list is we obviously approved a parent to waitlist person relationship, but does that have to still be checked again?
No, as far as applicants that are before you for approval and affirming that they've met the blood quantum requirements according to the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, that is the final stage of the applicant getting onto the list, as Nicole.
So what I'm saying, Juan, I didn't mean to cut you off because I know this conversation's going on and on. What I'm saying is that if a person is on the wait list, on the approved wait list, as we're going through that process now, and they become a successor, do you still have to go through a birth record check?
No, that information is already in-house. We have that.
Right. Well, that's good information to know, because that's another shortcut that people aren't aware of, maybe, but that helps. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. Patty?
Yeah, thank you again, Juan. Thank you. I wanted to ask, why was D15 pulled out, and for what reason? Is this going into executive committee?
Was that the request of a commissioner?
You can blame that on Commissioner Kaapu.
No, so is it going, where is it going? Where is it going? Big Island, where?
It's to be discussed separately from the consent agenda. Yeah. So we'll take it up separate from the consent agenda, and then Commissioner can.
will it go into an executive session? Is that it?
I don't know.
That's why
I don't-
I'm asking.
Yeah, I don't know because I don't know what the commissioner's concern is. He'll state it at the time that we get to the agenda item.
Okay, so I guess my question is, so we approved D2 all the way to D20, but not D15 until further notice.
Or D4.
Oh, until further notice on the agenda.
Well, the goal is to take D4 and D15 out and then go back to the consent agenda
Okay,
and
got it.
approve that. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Got it.
Okay. If there are no further questions, I would like to take a short recess, just so we can make sure that we're aware of what is actually going on right now at this moment. Okay, for clarification. So
Thank
we
you.
can take a 10-minute recess. Thank you, commissioners. You're good? Hey, Commissioners, if we could come back in session, I just want to provide some clarification. There was the draft agenda which commissioners, can you hear me? Okay.
Yep.
Patty can't? Patty, can you? Okay.
I can hear you.
So there was a draft agenda and then there was an amended agenda that was sent to everybody on Wednesday. It was also posted on our website on Wednesday, so it does meet the 6-day requirement for sunshine. Commissioner Nevis, oh shucks, okay.
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, Commissioner
Yeah,
Nevis.
I was off the
on-
old agenda.
Right. So on the amended agenda,
Yeah.
Mr. Lenchenko is not listed.
Correct.
Okay, so would you mind withdrawing your request to pull D4 from the consent agenda?
Yes, I withdraw my request.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I did not have that. I don't know how I missed it, but my apologies.
No problem. That's okay. The main thing is we're all clear.
Okay.
So, commissioners, are there any other questions regarding the consent agenda with the exception of D15, which we will take on after? Okay, Patty?
Okay, so now just to get things straight, the agenda was filed on Tuesday. Last week, Tuesday, what was the date on that Tuesday? Filed accordingly. And then this is the agenda that I received. This is not the amended agenda. This was the regular agenda.
Correct.
And then you
correct.
amended that Wednesday. You amended the agenda Wednesday that now we're talking about an amended agenda, which I did not get. I did not receive by via email or anything. I did not get it. I'm going to let you know. I just received it this morning from Commissioner Nevis. Now, if it wasn't a Dropbox, it's very confusing because when you have an agenda like that, I would rather not look in one Dropbox, but get it right away and say, Commissioners, this is an amended agenda, the ones that I received. But now I received this at your office in my packet when I went to your office on Thursday, this regular agenda.
That is correct. Because
So if you had an amended agenda, wouldn't that have been given to me on a timely fashion that I would work with the amended agenda?
Yes. So we did send
And
it
the
out.
other thing on your amended agenda, what was amended? Because I need to see what items are amended on your regular agenda.
So on Wednesday, there was an email to all commissioners with the amended agenda.
I didn't get it.
It was also posted on the website and placed in the Dropbox. So the amended agenda is the agenda that we're working off of, that we approved this morning.
On Wednesday, I received let me see.
2:48 p.m. for our secretary.
You guys are so confusing, I tell you. To all of us, all the commissioners, so am I the only one that's losing my mind that didn't get it? I'm trying to look for it.
Chair, I received it.
No, I received it, but it didn't say anything in the email that it was an amended agenda that I could find. But there is an agenda in the Dropbox. I believe that's the amended agenda,
Oh, okay, there.
but it didn't say amended.
In
Yeah.
the body of
When I look through the Dropbox for things, if it doesn't say specifically it's going to be amended agenda, then I'm not going to pull it up and print it out again.
Okay, so in the body of the email, it states attaches the agenda for our February 22nd and 23rd,
Okay.
2022 Wine Homes Commission meeting, which was filed today. It was amended because HSD exhibits were mixed up and needed to be
February 18th, yeah, Mr. Chairman, February 18th.
This was on
February
February
18th.
16th at 2:43 or 48 p.m., which David
Okay,
confirms.
okay, since I still have the floor, I received it on February 18, attaches an agenda for February 22nd, 23rd. Filed today, it was amended because of HSD exhibits were mixed up and had to be redone. So I received that on the 18th. Packets were mailed to airport. Commissioner Timberell, leave yours at the reception. Okay, so that's the one that I received. Public testimonies, okay.
All right. I'm just trying to explain why the agendas are different.
Okay,
Okay?
Fine.
I guess.
All right. So just to recap, Dennis, your concern is no longer a concern because Mr. Linchenko is not on D4.
That's correct. That's correct. Thank you, Chair.
Okay,
All right.
got it. Okay, got it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Okay, so all those in favor of the consent agenda, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Is there anyone
Aye.
opposed? Seeing no opposition, the motion carries. Consent agenda is approved. Let's go to agenda item D15, please. And Commissioner Kaapu.
Do we have a first and second?
Well, not yet. Okay. Can I ask you to hold on one second? Because what I'm going to do is ask for a motion to consider staff recommendation. May I have a motion to consider staff recommendation on the agenda item D15?
So move.
Second.
Second.
Okay. Commissioner Kaapu.
Was a little bit confused. Apparently, we had approved this in November to have Christopher and Kathleen accepted. When I read this submittal, it says in number 4 that that the rights of Christopher and Kathleen do not vest until Christopher and Kathleen have signed the transfer through succession, the lease addendum, et cetera. But then the rest of the submittal goes on to say that Christopher died last year and that we haven't received his death certificate. So, and then when I read further in the discussion, it appears that the successorship claims for this property for Hazel Poo were received sometime after the department had published in the newspaper, which was in 2019. So I'm just a little confused as to if it doesn't say when the successorship claims came in. But I would think that one of the issues, at least for Christopher, is, if he had put in his claim in 2019 and we didn't bring it forward until 2021 November when it was approved, that's like a couple of years at least, or 2.5 years. Had it come forward sooner, then maybe his heirs would be entitled to successorship for his interest. But what the department is asking for here is that we accept them, but they're not going to be able to sign because he's dead. So I'm not sure what the department is asking the commission to do.
Oh, yeah, I didn't realize that the Christopher was deceased, but as far as the information I received, the only difference here in comparison to the action approved by the commission previously, at the time we came to the commission in November of last year, there was no information provided with respect to an outstanding loan. In proceeding with the completion of the transaction, in drafting the document, the department discovered that there was in fact an outstanding loan. And we wanted to come to the commission to clarify that issue with the outstanding loan and just to affirm that there is an existing loan and that the successors are accepting the lease subject to the outstanding loan.
So yeah, so that's, so I just don't know what we're trying to accomplish, because if he's dead and he has no interest, we may get some claim later that the department delayed it, or.
I would be happy to defer this so we can
Yeah,
work that out.
let's get further clarification on your question, Commissioner, and either defer it till this afternoon or tomorrow.
You okay with
That's
that?
fine. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, Commissioners, we're
Good
gonna defer
catch.
agenda item D15.
Good catch, David.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, HSD. We're gonna go to agenda item C1. Is Ule? Is she here? That's next on the agenda. All right. Okay. Hold on one second. We're gonna do agenda item C1. Adoptions and recommendations of the investigative committee on King's Landing. Thank you, Joby.
No worries, sorry. Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Item C1 is the adoption of recommendations of the Investigative Committee on King's Landing. And the motion is outlined. It is word for word the recommendation that was in the report shared with the commission in January. So with one exception, which is the fourth recommendation, which is actually directed to the chair about establishing a phase 2 committee. So staff respectfully requests the commission's approval of the recommended motion.
Okay. Could I have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion?
Just listening to the testimony, I did want to just make clear that I think you had alluded to it, Chair. There's no intention to try to establish by any of the staff this as a park. There is no ulterior motive. I think the language just was to say that, as Chair had mentioned, going through the process of the due diligence to establish the Kuleana, there is a process that we have to go through. And if in the remote possibility that residential occupancy is not a viable option in the long term, then the commission will need to determine what should be the long-term use for that area in the event residential use is not possible. So the language there was really more to be illustrative as examples of alternative types of land use that could be considered for long-term disposition in the event that residential homesteading is not viable once the due diligence is complete. So I just wanted to be clear. We have no ulterior motive to try to, certainly at the staff level. So
Thank you.
just wanted to clarify that.
Okay. Patty, then Russell. Patty, you're on mute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but thank you, Joby, for clarifying that, because that was my immediate question, just listening to the testifiers, but I'm glad that you came out and explained that. And my other one is just not a question, it's a comment to the committee. I mean, I applaud the committee and their efforts in tackling this long ongoing issue of King's Landing, and the decision, the recommendation that I will support coming to the floor today. But, thanking the commissioners and staff for working diligently in making it workable for both parties. It's a win-win situation. I think finally we can put King's Landing to rest and move forward, and so with that, just wanted to commend the PIG committee and staff. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Patty. Russell?
So Joby, I have the C1 submittal up on my screen, but can you point me to the specific language about this park thing that you were talking about and that was testified upon?
Page 2.
So it's on page 2, little a. And the recommendation was in this interim period to allow for MAHA to continue, but that this short-term land disposition will have a definite end date, which will transition into homestead leases, for example, Kuleana homestead leases, or another land use that respects the environmental constraints preventing homesteading and residential occupancy. So it was intended to be, if after the due diligence, residential occupancy is not viable and therefore homesteading, because every homesteading, including Kuleana, does allow for the possibility of residential occupancy, then the commission will need to determine what should be an alternative long-term land use for that location. That was all that was meant to be communicated there. What that is, that's just, we were trying to, I think in crafting this to be as transparent as possible as to the complexity of the land use issues that are associated with this area, which, so that was what was, meant to convey in the remote possibility that residential occupancy is just not a viable, option. Granted, people are residing there now, but it is a different discussion when you have a state agency that is allowing occupancy through a long-term land use disposition like a lease. So
what would be rising sea level? That's what we're talking about, environmental conditions?
So for example, because we're looking at a time frame of 199 years potentially when you have a Kuleana homestead lease, we would have to consider, the due diligence, I think, in looking at the sea level rise issues, and that's not to say that it would say no homesteading. It just may have to be that in moving forward, making sure we consider the mitigation efforts that should be done. There are concerns about that may not necessarily be governed by us, but by Department of Health regarding appropriate wastewater, options if there is, allowed residential use occurring down there. If there are any other sensitive environmental issues that become apparent because of it being close to the shore, just as we do this due diligence, we want to make sure that those issues are addressed, and to the extent we can mitigate, we mitigate them. And it's just in the event that it cannot be completely mitigated, or the commission feels, that it doesn't make sense to allow residential use down there, then we would have to consider, okay, what then are we going to do? What are the options with regard to a long-term use? Again, it's just trying to be transparent in the process as we engage in this discussion. I think certainly, most of the community, as well as many of the commissioners have, have suggested that Kuleana may be a good and viable long-term option for King's Landing.
Does that answer your question, Russell?
No, but I don't think I can. Are we just trying to hold out the possibility of we pull it back from residential? Is that what, or are we saying other state agencies may tell us that we no longer can do residential, so therefore we have to build in this flexibility?
Okay, I'm gonna let Commissioner Ka'apu jump in at this moment.
Yeah, so Russell, so I don't know if you're familiar with King's Landing, but there's a number of ancholine ponds that are in the area.
Right.
And so I think, and I think I was the one who had raised the concern initially as far as whether or not certain areas within King's Landing that we would be able to build, or that the Department of Health would permit some sort of like cesspools. Currently, they have cesspools, but whether or not they would be able to, the Department of Health would in the future permit those, because they're trying to get rid of those. And so I think the idea is that the shape of, depending on what the environmental studies are, the shape of King's Landing may change. So one lot may be too close to the ocean or too close to sensitive areas, so that that boundary may have to move up. But it's not to do away with the homesteading. It's just to make sure that the homestead fits the allowable environmental footprint. So that's kind of the idea of that. So that was me starting that a long time ago when we first were discussing this.
Follow-up questions, Russell?
Well, but so I'm looking at 2A, and what David said makes sense to me, but he's talking about moving as environmental conditions warrant moving the location. But 2A talks about transitioning from homestead to other uses. So that to me.
It reads, the way it reads is, it'll have a definite, so it's intended to be that the short-term land disposition will have a definite end date, and which will transition into homestead leases. So to either be homesteading, and if it's not homesteading, or another land use. And the only reason why we would look at another land use is if the environmental constraints prevent homesteading. That's the way it was intended to be read. So we want a homestead, but we don't know for sure what all the environmental issues are. And so as we do the due diligence, if it appears that homesteading, the commission renders that homesteading is not possible, then we would have to transition into or consider another land use. But the intent was to say this right of entry was just a short term while the commission is deliberating what should be the long-term land use. And homesteading is preferred, absolutely. That's what they want to do, but we don't know what the environmental issues are going to show. We didn't want to presume, that we know what all the environmental issues are.
Okay.
Thank you, Russell. Dennis.
Yeah, I thank you, Joby, for explaining, but I think the issue is when we talk about, it basically, the conversation is, it's going to depend on environmental constraints. Basically, that's where it's going. What can we allow to be built there, considering the wastewater system, sea level rise. But when you add the use beyond that, that's where they're concentrating. You're going to turn it into a park and you're going to kick us out. So I think if we just would have left that out, we would have said, look, we're not going to put you in a situation that's unsafe and unsanitary. That's really where we're at. And that's what we're trying to resolve at this point. And it reads to what Commissioner Cobb was saying, is that there's certain areas that we may have to say, look, we can possibly do Kuleana here. We're still going to have to do something with the wastewater system outside of that location in 2050. I don't think the health department's going to allow it. But there may be pockets of areas that we have to say, can't work here, may have to move. We may be able to do the whole Kuleana thing as long as it meets environmental, safety, and wastewater treatment. I think that's really what we're trying to say. I think by adding the park, the use beyond that is just stirring up some anxiety. So that's my only comment. Thank you.
Okay, Randy?
Yeah, so, just to add a few things, I kept raising my hand and taking it down every time I thought my question was being answered, but but I guess I would like to try to summarize what is occurring in this proposal. So I do want to focus on what Jovi is saying about being transparent, and by that we are presenting upfront all of the possible challenges that we may encounter as a result of engaging in due diligence. And I think that's fair. And I think it's ground truthing in a way that sometimes we don't always do that. We like to protect, we like to avoid being truthful to the extent that we are being in this document. And I don't think that serves anybody well. So there's that, there's the transparency, but I think what's more important is the intention of the PIG. And it's the intention of the PIG to try to make this community whole in spite of the possible challenges that we have to confront along the way. And, part of the intention, as I view it, is to create a homesteading opportunity. I do believe that probably the best model is Kuleana Homestead Awards. And then the other step forward is to consider undivided interest. And I do think that that's a really important starting point. I do get the mistrust and distrust that come from our beneficiaries. I get that. But we have to start somewhere. And I rather start from a place of ground truthing with an understanding of intention and purpose. And that's all rooted in creating a viable homesteading opportunity for our beneficiaries. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Randy. Other discussion, questions? If not, commission members, we have a motion to approve staff recommendation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you, Jody.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna go back to agenda item. We're gonna go to agenda item D8. And if there is some personal information, we need to go into executive session. Can I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Second.
We move that seconded. All those in favor of going into executive session, say aye.
Aye.
Is anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Give us a minute to clear the room, the virtual room and the real room. discussion on personal issues. We have a motion on the table to approve agenda item D8. However, we will ask for that to be amended.
Thank you, Chair. I would amend my motion to cancel the items listed in D8 with the exceptions of number 4, September DK Brandt, and 5, Anita L. Stith.
Okay. You have a second?
Second.
Okay. Okay, all those in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none. All those in favor of the amended motion, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Thank you for all your hard work, Nicole.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, Juan, and your team. Thank you.
Juan and Nicole. Mahalo for
Thank
all
you.
your work.
Mahalo, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you,
Take care.
commissioners. Okay, next agenda item is E1. Is that- where is the- There you go, Steve. Yeah, you let her in and so she can hear. Yeah.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Stuart Matsunaga, Acting Administrator for Land Development Division. We are pleased to come before you on item number E1. The recommended motion is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission authorize the chairman to enter into a new 5-year agreement with the University of Hawaii to construct houses on Hawaiian homelands using the Hawaii Community College Model Home Program, subject to the availability of improved vacant lots.
Okay, we have a motion to consider staff recommendation.
So move.
Second.
Any questions for Stuart? Or
May I just make an announcement that we have Chancellor Dr. Rachel Solomensis. Again, she is the Chancellor for Hawaii Community College. She is available. I'm so sorry. We had her on hold, so if there were any questions or if she had any statement to make. But I also have Solana Rosa Tutop from Land Development Division, who has been involved in the prior agreement and the construction of the houses, along with Atina So. Unfortunately, Atina is out on sick leave, so she's not able to join us this morning. And so as the submittal provides for a brief history of the program and the value of the houses that have been constructed through the model home program. And with Commission's approval to enter into a new 5-year agreement, then Land Development Division has a recommendation for the next lot to proceed in the next school year. So if there are any other questions or concerns or comments, we're happy
Mike?
to respond.
Yeah, no, just some comments. Stuart, I want to just say mahalo for you and your staff folks for this program. It's a very, very valuable program. And, I wanted to also express appreciation with the university and
with Chancellor Salomsas if you guys speak with her. And if I see her in town, I'll tell her thank you. But what a great program. Wish we could do more elsewhere besides just Hawaii Island, but I really support this. Thank you for all the hard work.
Mahalo for that.
Stuart? I'm sorry.
Yeah, Stuart, do we know how many students are in the program? We need more houses built.
Right. I don't know the actual number of students. And of course, it changes every year with the student body who's involved in the architecture and the construction side of it. And so a lot of students have gone through this program. I think what in the submittal, it did say that since the program's inception, there have been over 4,000 students, drafting, carpentry, agriculture, and welding students who participated in this program.
Does this also cover repairing of existing homes, or is it just new homes?
This is for
Ground up.
a new model home every year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Zach?
Yeah, I was just wondering if Molokai is part of this program too, since we have a sister MCC on Molokai.
It is currently not, but Zach, if they are interested, we're always willing to.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, I don't know, we have enough students that may be interested in this program that want to sign up for it, but I just wanted to make sure we include Molokai as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Zach. Any other questions?
Just a couple more, Chair. Sign up Kauai too. The question is the cost of putting this home. Does this come out of the department's budget?
The cost of the raw materials. Yes.
We do pay for the interim construction, but then it's returned when the loan is closed.
Yes, because I see your exhibit A shows about $190,000 for a model home number 49. So some of that is coming out of funds, and then it's come back when we get the loan.
Yes, so each year in the development budget, the commission approves the funding for the next home, the next fiscal year. So you'll see that again in your budget request, probably in May or June.
Okay.
And I just wanted to add that the amount has been increasing. So it is about 250, I think, right now.
Yeah. We'll take 250.
Yeah,
Thank you,
that's still a deal.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions, concerns, comments? David?
Yeah, if you ever have a chance to be in Hilo and look at the model homes that have been built, there is a significant difference between the workmanship for those houses and the workmanship for the houses next door that contractors have built. And it's just a comment, but it's kind of a shame that all of them can't be to that same standard, right? Because it's just head and shoulders above what's been mass produced in Kilkaha, for example.
Thank you.
Wow, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, I just want, okay, so all those in favor of the motion on the table, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. I want to thank Stuart.
All the
Solana.
commissioners.
Thank you for
Thanks,
stopping by.
Stuart.
Thanks, Stuart.
Solana's standing in the back there. She's shy, but you'll be seeing more of her.
Okay, agenda item F2 is next. We're deferring agenda item F1 as I stated at the beginning of the meeting. So F2.
Aloha and good afternoon, Commissioners. Kahana Albino, Acting Administrator, Land Management Division. I also have with me Staff Person, Land Agent Shelly Carrera. who had authored this right of entry, this submittal agenda item number F2. F2, LMD is seeking the approval to issue a right of entry to Frank V. Colosio Construction Company Incorporated in Pu'o Aina, Papakolea, Honolulu, Hawaii, Honolulu, Oahu, TMK listed there.
We have a motion to consider staff recommendation.
So moved.
We also have a representative from Colosio Construction, Mr. Jordan Bleasdale. If you want to introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Jordan Bleasdale with Coluccio Construction.
Okay. Are there any questions for staff or guest? Oh, I'm sorry. We need a second.
Need a second.
Second. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, I'll go back to, do we have any questions for staff or guests on the screen? Okay, seeing no questions.
So,
Patty?
hold on, what are they doing? They're leasing Hawaiian Homes for what? For equipment, for their equipment? while
Yeah,
they
so if you look,
project?
yes, under the recommended motion and action, the area is being used and area is being used for staging and storing construction equipment and materials related to the city and county of Honolulu border water supply infrastructure improvements and Kalawahini water tank project.
Is there a rental with that?
There is under item number 2. And that number was derived, you can look on page 3 of the submittal, which gives you how the number was derived at.
What is it?
It's $2,133 per month.
How long is this for?
It's a right of entry, so it's annual. It's a month to month.
Oh, month to month. Oh, okay. Okay.
Any further questions?
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. If not, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, that motion carries. F3.
Thank you, Jordan, for being available.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kahana.
F3, I have land agent from Kauai, Kaipo Duncan, who has also authored these F3 and F4. Item number F3, LMD is seeking the issuance of a right of entry permit to Aina Alliance in Anohola Island of Hawaii on the following TMKs as listed in the submittal.
We have a motion to consider staff recommendation.
So moved.
Dennis.
Second.
There we go. Mike. Okay.
Can we also have guests who's joining us, I believe? Jeremy Makepa. And I think he has a video to share. PowerPoint, sorry, PowerPoint. Muted.
Can you unmute,
There you go.
Jeremy?
Yeah, hello, everyone. Thank you for taking some time out to review our agenda item. As my PowerPoint gets loaded, I believe on your side. Okay.
Okay, if you can proceed, Jeremy.
Okay. I've been on here, I think in October. I did a little PowerPoint proposal. You may remember the work we did with the fire department. Since then, we've developed a 501c3 called Aina Alliance. This is just an entity that can facilitate activities through here between Hawaiian Homes and the community of Anahola. So to introduce myself again, my name is Jeremy Makepa. I'm the president of Aina Alliance, a nonprofit that is on your agenda here. Been with the fire department 18 years as a fire captain now. Anahola resident, Homestead, Lisi. Started this project in April and have coordinated many cleanups between agencies in the state, county, and other private organizations. I'm just going to run through a few slides on here just to remind you what we've already done. And the whole idea of this is to try and protect the time and investment that the community has put in to try and keep the criminal activities down. The way I got introduced to this is because of my position in the fire department. There's been a lot of fires and health hazards in the area, toxic smoke and the frequency of fires in this area. It has since come down quite a bit because I've had control of the locks and access, and I've been in immediate contact with Kaipo to fix a lot of the breaches, but it's been difficult dealing with the police to actually get them cited because they need someone from Hawaiian Homes to actually issue that. So this right of entry would help so that we can get the police department through Aina Alliance to actually get people arrested and cited on there. You can move to the next slide. So this is what Anahola kind of looks like now. The grass has since grown in since October, almost towering over this pile of cars. As of yet, we have not had any cars removed, but they are there waiting. But this is not what we want our community to look like. Next slide, please. This is what our beaches used to look like when we started. Since then, the cars have been removed by a lot of our partners getting this out. And the beach looks much better now, but we have been having breaches and people are starting to move in. And I've been patrolling back there trying to get people out, but we just need more authority. Next one. This car is still there, but it just shows that, you know, our reputation in Anahola is already bad and we want to improve that. And Aina Alliance is willing to take the responsibility for caring for this area if you allow it. So that would help us. The right of entry would help us to gain more authority with KPD to help cite people who do this kind of stuff. Next slide. So the mission of Aina Alliance again is to convert land liabilities into community assets. These are the TMKs that are listed on your sheet. It does cover a vast area within Anahola, but it just shows this area has a lot of perimeter that can be breached so that people can come in and dump rubbish, do criminal activities. Recently, we've had several cars stolen, set on fire, big trailers being dumped in there. And we want to help you convert this from a liability into a community asset. So that's why we're requesting the right of entry. In red here is 5800-19. That TMK is actually shared with KKOA, the Kukulu Kumuhana project. So that one we don't know the extent on how you want to handle that, but it does give us access down to the beach on the northern end of this property, and it's probably the most frequently breached area because it's closest to the homesteads, and it does have the most frequency of dumping, car fires, and other criminal activities. So having a presence in that area would also help KKOA's problem of their gates being cut, fences being cut, and criminal activity along their property. So I'm willing to take the portion that is unmanned by KKOA, but I just put that there in red because it would be some sort of shared responsibility on that team. Next item, please. And then just to show the urgent need of what we have going on here, we have been trying to do cleanup. You can see dumpsters overfilling, but cars being dumped in there next to it, being set on fire. You see a truck bringing in a whole trailer load of rubbish that got dumped back there. Non-Hawaiian setting up camps and just trashing the place. You got gates being strapped with tow straps and ripped off the hinges. And really, the fire department just having to fight constant fires back there because of all the criminal activity. So having a presence locally would help our relationship with KPB and getting somebody to resolve quickly. And I'll just leave the rest of my presentation. It's more of a review from the last time. But if you guys need to look at that later and see what we kind of plan on doing it. But it's just, the right of entry would just give us further authorization to help KPB prosecute some of the criminal activities going on your land.
Okay. Questions, Dennis?
Yes, first, Jeremy, thank you for all of your help out there, yourself, your family, pulling the community together. Unfortunately, it took a little setback with the activity from KIUC. It sort of opened up, areas that people were getting in, and then they're a little more bold, started pulling down fences and stuff. And what we're trying to do as a community is to try to take this area back away from, like you say, the drug dealers, and keeping our community safe, and having some kind of stewardship of the land so we could save it for our future opportunities for our children. There's one thing, Kaipo, that I'm opposed to, and that is TMK 019. We need to measure out KKOA's area and exclusively delete that from this project. That would be considered a sublet. I don't believe you'll sublet under an ROE. And I think it'd be very difficult to manage between the two associations. With the Low Alliance taking on, or the Alliance taking on, Aina Alliance taking on this large area, it's going to be a lot of work for them. And I think trying to get KKOA to work with them, and then there's insurance issues and so on and so forth. So Jeremy is correct. There's access, but the access is actually on the other side of the fence from KKOA. So I'd like to have that removed from that location. And simply we could, go down and just measure it and say, an approximate, follow the fence line. Anything on the other side of the fence line would be Aina Alliance, and then the other side would be KKOA. And I think we already have KKOA on some kind of document that shows their area. Yeah, we sort of took a step back when KIUC got in there and started moving boulders and then put in pebbles, and that's why people got by. This truck that he showed with a large pallet on there, that person was arrested, but unfortunately he got the pallet down there. So all that garbage is back in the beach. So as soon as we could get this this document approved, if the commission so approves it, I'll be working with them physically, go down and start cleaning up again and get it cleaned up. Generally, most of the community is in favor of this. We've got a couple knuckleheads, got a couple people that are, and people that are come from outside. But we'll deal with that. But what my question is with the Alliance under an ROE, would we need to have the department request police, or can he request police? Can the Alliance request police? In case there's an issue.
The Alliance should be able to request police because they are listed as having a disposition.
Okay, all right. So I have a good relationship with Chief Raybuck here, and with Officer Scalzo is the officers in charge of this area. So as soon as we can get this approved, move forward, we'll be meeting with them to make sure that we're still together on the same page. I know the chief has made it very clear that he's looking at removing crime from Anahola. So we look forward to working with him and work with Jeremy and his family and all the groups that have been helping to get this back in our hands so that we can Malama the Aina for our future keikis. Thank you.
Thank you. Russell?
So Model Jeremy, and question for you and for Commissioner Nevis, of the stuff you're seeing down at the the dumping and the cars and whatnot, fires, what by percentage, how much of that is beneficiaries from the neighborhood on a whole, the knuckleheads you're talking about?
Jeremy, why don't you take that one? I know we were down there cleaning up. You might have a better idea of what was inside and outside.
That's hard to tell because what happens is like a lot of times I'll go walking with my wife along the perimeters with our dog and I'll check it. And we usually pass by about 6:30 right before dark and everything is secure. And during the night, something happens where cars are dragged out of the way, locks are cut, gates are broken, and next thing you know, there's burnt cars and piles of trash back there. So I wouldn't know a percentage, but recently the guy that just got arrested, where his truck is pictured there, he was not a leasee, or he was a Caucasian male. And I went down to see the camp that they set up down on the beach, and there was a Caucasian hippie looking lady with dreadlocks, and they had their stuff piled up on the beach like they were setting up for an oceanfront retreat right on our beaches there. So that's the one that we caught recently. I haven't seen anybody else that we were able to catch, so I couldn't answer that.
Yeah, Commissioner Koppel, we really don't, I don't know if we have the numbers. We could probably get it from the police because when they did the first eviction, they could let us know. But one thing we do when we do notices eviction, we also bring out the health department, and all the departments can offer, homeless shelter or so on and so forth. So it's not like we're just kicking people out and saying, hey, go find another place. They do offer services. So we are very careful to make sure services are offered and give them time to get out. So thank you.
And then if it turns out it's somebody from the homestead that's the perpetrator, does that affect their lease with the HHL? And does the department take follow-up action on that kind of thing, or?
I don't think it affects their lease because it wouldn't be in their lease area. It's just like somebody, going down the street and doing something stupid. I don't think it affects their lease. It wouldn't be.
Well, it should affect their lease. That's
Yeah,
what
I know
think.
it should.
But I don't
It'd be
know.
nice
Maybe
if it could, but I
Chair,
don't think it does.
Chair, do you know what is the? Maybe it's not a problem. So maybe you're not aware, but yeah.
To date, I don't think we have any concrete evidence of a lessee dumping down there. If we were to be able to prove that, then definitely, if it's the lessee that's involved, we could take a look at what's in the lease and maybe take some action based upon what the lease looks like.
Okay, thank you, Jeremy. Best of luck, bro.
Here.
Patty, and then
Here.
David. Patty. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, thank
Patty,
you.
hold on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Jeremy, I remember your presentation last year in 2021, great presentation. I wanted to know if your nonprofit organization, Aina Allowance, are you umbrelling under KKOA?
KKOA has helped us to do a lot of the cleanups because we're such close proximity to the area. They've been a great partner, but we are not umbrelling under them. We would be in association with them.
Okay.
We work very closely together, and we've had breaches into that area through their property because we secured our area really well, and they had the weak spot, so their fences were cut. So they've since reinforced their perimeter, and now some of our perimeter is weak, so that's where the breaches are. So it's a constant battle wherever the weak spot is around this area. Since there's no presence there that is really authorized, we're gonna constantly have the problem until we get the Kanaka on the land who really love this area and will show it aloha. Then we're gonna have the problems where outsiders are coming in.
Yeah. So earlier in your presentation, you mentioned you're a 501c3. So did you get your final approval of your 501c3?
We did not get the final determination, but we have submitted it. We have the receipts for the payment of it. After checking in with the IRS, they are backlogged on that. So it's still in process. And then I think we have an insurance document being drafted for this area if this is approved. So
Okay.
that's kind of-
Yeah, I think you filed it in October 2021. It'll take time, plus with COVID, it'll take a little longer to get final approval on the nonprofit. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Jeremy, just to confirm, you got your state nonprofit, right?
State nonprofit is in, BCCA compliance is in, insurance for the TMKs are drafted, and once approved, then we'll get that going, if that's what you guys wish to do. And we'll be waiting for the federal recognition as its backlog.
Thank you, Damien. I'm gonna, sorry, Zach, I'm gonna go to David first because he raised his hand first. David?
Sorry. So does our ROE process require a 501c3?
Does not specifically require it.
No. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. So, thank you, Jeremy. I like your goals. The only issue that I have, and this may not be a present concern, but I note in here that some of your goals are to have like community living. And I think that is inconsistent with an ROE disposition. And so I just want to raise that because I don't want the expectation to be that, you know, you would be entitled to create a living community or have any type of housing under an ROE because it is not permitted. But the rest of your goals, as far as cleaning it up, securing it, and all of that, I think are very admirable and I think will assist the community. So I just wanted to I'm the knucklehead who's the wet blanket on here. Sorry.
No, definitely. We just put that in there. We're going to be working with regional planning to see if we can work out some of the areas there are not currently in the Anahola regional plan. The water issues on the south side of this property aren't contingent with having residential, even though the plans say it is. So what we were thinking about maybe is helping to develop a training program to where for Kuleana lots coming up, because on the Malka side, there's a lot of Kuleana lots planned to be developed. And if we had an educational area where people could learn about what it would take to run Kuleana lots, put some small villages together to see how that would work. We're not looking at trying to have people really live there, but maybe an educational area where they can see what it would take to put something like that together would probably be more of in our plans. Everything would kind of be like a temporary thing, but of course we would have to go through the full lease before we make that kind of investment at all. That's kind of a big investment and get approvals for all of that. But for this ROE, all we want to do is be a presence there to keep the dumping and illegal activities out of there.
Just to add, Commissioner, to item number 7, under the conditions, it states the, no residential living on the site unless given prior.
Yeah, I noted.
Yeah.
Okay, Zachary and then Dennis.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, mahalo, Jeremy. Once again, excellent work you guys have been doing. Great leadership in your community. I just was asked a couple questions. Do you have any signages in that area where you indicate no dumping? No, do you have signages that you had installed?
Yes, Paipo has had signs put all along that perimeter. And some of them have been taken down and they've been put back up and, been ripped off and reestablished. And the gates every gate there's signs, and in other areas there's signs, but it doesn't seem to matter. People want to go in, they just find a way.
Yeah, we have that issue here on Molokai. I wouldn't want to mention where, but anyway, where do you transfer these abandoned vehicles? Is there like a recycling center that you take it to, or is it to the dumps?
We haven't been able to remove any of them now. I believe Paipo was working on a contract. The problem is there's so many. I believe when we counted by drone, there's over 300 at the time we flew it last in September, there's probably been at least a dozen cars dumped since back there. So what we did is we created a transfer station area so that when the contract is approved, it'll make it easy for the towing companies to get it out and recycle. But yeah, we would need further help from Hawaiian Homes to get the existing cars out of there.
So you're saying that this Kauai County does have a recycling area that they could recycle these abandoned vehicles and ship it out? Because we do have one here on Molokai.
Yeah, we have one in Pui.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering if you did have.
Yeah, I had the guy who runs that operation come and look at it. And the challenges are that some of the cars are in really remote areas. The 70 that we already pulled off the beaches were probably some of the hardest to get because of the soft sand and rocks that they were on. But I think we got a bunch of them that are a little easier to get, and some are in remote areas. So it's pretty challenging to get all of these cars out.
Well, mahalo, Jeremy. Keep up the good work. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Okay, mahalo, Zach. Dennis?
Yeah, Zach, just for your information, some of the cars are basically what we use them for fencing right now to keep people out. So, and that's another issue. I know Kaipo and I have been talking about this for some time about fencing for that area. So I just want to make sure that the department continues to provide funding for the types of things that we had talked about, removing the cars, proper fencing, guardrails, rebuilding those gates that have got tore down. So and then the rest, I think the Alliance can take care of with community input. And we know a lot of guys that have equipment, they're willing to help. We've got the labor. Sometimes it just comes down to getting grant money so we can do the things we need to do. But yeah, so there's lots of cars, but they're even tying on cars and trying to move them out of the way to get in. So I think we just got to get in, clean it up, and then show our presence. And I think we'll be okay moving forward, but it's not going to be cheap. Still need some money. So we need to support Jeremy and his group. Right now, our access for a fire is sort of limited. You have to drive over, we'll have to tie on the gate and rip it all the way off to get our fire trucks in. So it is, we're in dire needs at this point. But anyway, thank you, Jeremy. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Dennis.
Thanks,
Randy?
Jeremy.
Yeah, I just wanted to mahalo Jeremy for this presentation. I'm always very impressed with the work and what it's becoming. Dennis and everybody else that's involved with this Kaipo. This is really, in my opinion, a model that should be replicated across the state. This is what's required for us to work together to take care of our lands and to make it available for its intended purpose. So I just want to express my appreciation and my support for the project. So thank you.
Thank you, Randy.
Yeah, same here. This is Kahana. I got the chance and opportunity to firsthand witness of a small little fire on the mountain edge. Kaipo and I had the opportunity to go and see the area. And as we were going in, there was a fire ongoing, and Jeremy was there with the helicopter. I mean, I could feel the water dropping on the fire. That's how close we were. So just awesome work that they do. Awesome work Jeremy does. So that's just, I just want to share that.
Okay, so staff, be safe when you guys do that. Jeremy, no, drop the water on them. All those in favor of the motion with the idea to remove 019 section out of the ROE, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, seeing none, that motion carries.
All right, mahalo, everybody.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Aloha.
Hello, Jeremy.
Item number F4, LMD is seeking the issuance of another right of entry permit to Joseo Lovo Foundation Ko'olau Limu project out in Anahola on Kauai under the TMKs as listed in the right of in the submittal.
Okay, we have a motion to consider staff recommendation.
So moved.
Yes. Do you have a second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you. Okay.
We also have Emalani. We have somebody who's presenting also. Nalani. Nalani Kaneakua. And Peter Morimoto, who's going to be doing a short video. They're on. Mike, they're on. Peter's on. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Peter or Nalani, if you guys are on.
Yes, I'm on. Can you hear me?
Yep.
I'm on. Yes, I'm on. Can you hear me?
Welcome. When you guys ready to show your PowerPoint, your video?
Yeah, I just wanted to start by thanking the Hawaiian Homes Commission, Chair William Aina, the commissioners. I wanted to start by, my name is Nalani Kaneakua, and I'm from the island of Kauai. I am the Ko'olau Limo project. My name is Kalamai, director. And it's a project that we are about 7 years into. It's a project that started about 20 years ago. You guys can hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That my father started about 20 years ago with a couple kids from the University of Hawaii. The project was very successful. After they done and graduated, my sister, who was a educator, fourth grade teacher at that time, picked up the project and created a curriculum for her fourth grade students. Moving forward, our father passed away. It was always a family run supportive program, and we all jumped in to help our dad. Real quickly, I want to give big mahalo to Kua Aina Ulu Amo and the Eva Beach Lima project. Also to the Lima Hui, who is which our Ko'olau Lima project umbrella under. They were able to get a proclamation. I think that was submitted earlier to the commission. And yeah, so the Governor Ige signed 2022 year of the Limu. So we are very, very happy for that. The state Limu is now Limu Kala. If you are not familiar with, it is the Limu that we use. Yes, right there in Ho'oponopono. And it's an offering of forgiveness. So we're just so happy with that. I mean, so excited with that. We're about 7 years into the project, and the site is about probably less than a mile away from the Aliomano parcel that we applied for. So we pass it every day. And I just looked at it one day and I said, oh my gosh, this is perfect. This would be the perfect learning center for our kids. At our planting site, we are surrounded by beach rentals, and some of them don't let us pass, and some of them do. And there's one family that remains there that have been gracious enough to let us set up our monthly meetings, project planting site throughout this whole, actually they went as far back as when my dad folks were starting up this project. And so we were so grateful for that. Again, going back to passing this parcel every single day, I'm looking at it, and what became of it is become a dump for green waste. I believe the neighborhood is just, because it's kind of overgrown, it hasn't been cared for. And I just looked at it one day and I went, this is the perfect site. We recruit our kids the last 5 years through Napua Noel, University of Hawaii, for gifted Hawaiian kids. And they come from all charter schools, public schools. But this year, for the first time, we're going to do our first Ko'olalima project with the kids from Kanui Kapona Charter School right in Anahola. So we are just so excited to do that. There's a lot of history that was sent in the application that covers a broad and even detailed about what the Ko'olalima project does. We are very, we do a lot of recipes, limo related cooking at the end of every program, because we believe that if the kids need to know how to use it yet, because they don't have no idea how to cook and how to use and utilize limo. They said the only limo they see is the limo in the poke in the store. So we've created some really fun stuff like sauces for pizza, keeping them in their comfort zone. So we're super excited with this program. And, so we asked the commission to please consider us as great stewards. We want to come in and clean and beautify that area and make it an amazing Aina-based project for our Limu program. Peter, did you want to share something?
Just to say that the project application covers several tax map keys, but the activities will only take place in a small area. And I'm hoping to have the commission consider shrinking the size of the permit to match the location of the activities, because my review of the language indicates that if we accept the permit for all of those parcels, we then become responsible for or liable for occurrences on those parcels. And we're a small nonprofit. We don't have the staffing or the capability to maintain and monitor the entire 4 acres.
Okay. Is that something that you can work out with Kaipo?
Yes.
As far as reducing the description of the property?
Yeah. Okay, that's okay.
Is that satisfactory to you?
Absolutely, yes. We have a video that Kua Aina Ulu Amo put together to document, also to promote our little project. It kind of encases everything that we do in a 3-minute video that we would like for you to see. And I think
you're up.
Kaipo has that available to view.
Okay. How long are these videos? Sorry.
They're only 3 minutes.
Okay.
This is our planting site. You probably got into me actually. I was creating one of my father 30 years ago. When he wasn't working, he was, I follow. There you go. Lei Wan is also my co-director. She is currently the director of the Limavuli Gardens in Aina. And so it's a great land and ocean partnership of knowledge. So we're just we're so happy to have her on our team. Any questions?
Commissioner's question? I think you did such a good job. Go ahead, Dennis.
Yeah, Nalani, thank you for your presentation. This is the kind of stuff gives you chicken skin.
Oh,
Our
aloha.
kids. Yeah, this, I am totally in support. We have the concern about the TMKs. I know that TMK on the actual proposal, TMK is 480120001 is the TMK we're looking for. The other TMKs I think should be left out of the project. That's way too much area for Nalani to keep her focus with her kids. There's also some issue with the canoe club in that area. I know they've been there on a month-to-month. I don't know what kind of document, but we need to get in that area and again, do what we did with KKOA, sort of put out some stakes as to what our boundaries are so we don't end up turning into green waste area. And it really brings our LIMO practitioners to a home, and that's important. So I'm totally in support. Hopefully we'll be back on the road, come to Kauai. I'm sure our LIMO practitioners and all of our keikis will have a good lunch for you. Anyway, thank you. Thank you, Nalani. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dennis. Randy?
Yeah, I wanted to mahalo you, Nalani, as well for your presentation.
Aloha.
Aloha. I did not hear the audio on your video, but I still enjoyed watching it.
Thank you very much. Mahalo.
And I think the kind of work that you're doing is so important. It wasn't that long ago, even on Maui, Vavae Iole, you find it all over the shoreline. Lipoa would wash up as well, or you could dive and find it Manuea, Lipepe.
Oh my
You know,
God.
all that limo now is, for the most part, it's really hard to find unless you go into the water and you know where to go. And so your limo restoration efforts are really, really important. So thank you for that. Again, I want to express my gratitude to you as well and offer support in any way we can.
Mahalo nui. Mahalo nui.
Okay, thank you, Randy. If there are no other questions, with the exception of the change to the correct TMK, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Anyone
Yeah.
opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries.
Congratulations, Nalani. Thank you,
Thank
sister.
you.
Thank you, Nalani.
Mahalo nui.
Nalani, aloha.
Aloha.
Thank you, Kaipo, Kana. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, I would like to take a 15-minute break at this point. Commissioners, if you have the opportunity to go get some refreshments and some food, and we'll come back in 15 minutes. Okay? Recess.
So I gotta invite her over to drink my.
Okay, we're back from a quick break and we are on agenda item C3, which is for information only. We have two for information only agenda items, and we move them up because the consultants are in DC, and the second one, the consultants are standing by. So Niniao, you could carry on C3. Niniao, can you please unmute?
Thank you. Can you hear me now? Perfect. Niniao Kauai High, Special Assistant, Office of the Chairman, here with a information only presentation on activities submitted for the National Telecommunications and Information Administration Tribal Broadband Connectivity Program. Joining me this afternoon is our consultants from Amarin Critical Infrastructure. I see Irene Flannery, Jeffrey Blackwell, and we are waiting on one more person from XLab, Sasha Meinrath. There's Sasha. Mr. Chairman, we also had a PowerPoint that we submitted for the packet as well as to ICRO this morning, but I can share screen if anything. Jeff, you wanna introduce yourself?
Yep. Mike is getting things ready. There's a grant application overview. Is that the PowerPoint?
That's correct. That's it.
Perfect.
It's Jay Chokma, Sohoshaphat Jeffrey Blackwell. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, Irene, out on the East Coast, and Sasha on the East Coast in DC and in Pennsylvania. Commissioners, Chair, it's an honor to be back with you. My name is Jeffrey Blackwell. I work as the Chief Strategy Officer and General Counsel at Amarin Risk. I want to introduce the folks that are here with me. Irene Flannery is the Director of Amarin Critical Infrastructure. We have known the Department of Hawaiian Homelands for some time. We worked with the department as when we were at the FCC as feds, and now are very pleased to be working with you and representing you in this space to hopefully and finally close some digital divide in different parts of the homelands. We are working with a gentleman that we brought to this relationship, Sasha Meinrath. Sasha is the Palmer Chair of Telecommunications at Penn State University. He is also well known to the federal government and to different organizations throughout the industry. He runs an organization called XLab that has under a little bit of arm twisting has reduced their rates to be able to come similar to ourselves to be able to do the design work for the Department of Hawaiian Homelands for the grant application we're going to talk about. Sasha has an illustrious career in community networking, and when it comes time for them to speak, I want to ask them to do a little bit more about their own backgrounds, but wanted to turn it back to you to get started, Niniao.
Perfect. Okay, if we can share, if you can turn our, yes, thank you. Next page, please. So, as many of us know, the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2021 was signed by President Trump at the end of December 2020. And in it, there was a set aside of no less than 3% under the NTIA Tribal Broadband Connectivity Program to be awarded to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. So that was $30 million, and the application or notice of funding opportunity was released in the beginning of June of 2021. And we did submit our application August 31st of 2021. So this is sort of just an overview of what the department and ACI did submit for the $30 million, as well as in the written submittal, the recent passing of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act set aside another 3%, no less than 3%, which totaled $60 million that will come to the department through a separate NTIA grant application. So during this year and a half of the pandemic and utilizing the federal funding that was provided so generously by our Congress, the department met with various stakeholders, as well as participated in various broadband and Native Hawaiian COVID-19 committees and subcommittees. So a lot of the partnerships that you see listed here come from those engagements with the department doing Zooms or Teams meeting to talk about the effects of the pandemic for telehealth for Native Hawaiians, as well as for distance learning and remote education opportunities. I think if we can go to the next page, please. So use and adoption. This is a picture from Miloli'i where we conducted a site visit at the end of October. We were fortunate to be able to take Jeff and Irene and Monica and their Amaran team to visit Kumuka'imi and his little school here at the last remote Native Hawaiian fishing village, and to talk story and find out some of the challenges with broadband and some of the costs or needs in terms of devices or getting adequate or reliable network signal out at that location. We also were able to take Sasha and Jeff and Irene, because Sasha joined us on Oahu, where we did site visits to Pu'uhonua o Waimanalo, as well as Pu'uhonua o Waianae, to take a look at their community networks that they're building out with collaborations with Pauahi Foundation and other philanthropic organizations in Hawaii. And then we also had a chance to meet with the Nanakuli Public Library Project. As many of you know, the Leeward Coast is home to the highest concentration of half-blood Native Hawaiians in the state and probably the world. And so talking story with the Stacey Aldrich, who's the state head librarian, as well as meeting the Nanakuli Public Library staff and identifying that as a potential hub in any future pandemic response, given the free Wi-Fi and the availability of the library to loan out devices and to secure private locations for telehealth for our kupuna in the Nanakuli and Waianae Valley and Princess Kahanu homesteads. We also work closely in the Native Hawaiian COVID subcommittees on telehealth with Queens hospitals. Queens has a presence on every island, and including operating Molokai General Hospital. And so a lot of the telehealth activities or devices that were identified as being needed came from those discussions with Queens and Papaola Lokahi. And lastly, of course, we saw how the Emergency Broadband Benefit Program, which paid $75 from the FCC for eligible lessees residing on the trust lands, was successful in helping to bring down the cost of affordable wireless internet or broadband fiber. And in discussions with some of the potential vendors, there seems to be an appetite for us in a way to either match that for non-HHCA beneficiaries and those on our wait list. So instead of getting the $30 benefit now, it would be equal to the $75 benefit, and then to do a prepaid 1-year RFP to provide our Native Hawaiian families a buffer so that they have a year to sort of like not worry about having adequate broadband to do telehealth or distance learning, and can kind of focus on recovery. Because I think a lot of what we will see in the coming months, hopefully will be a recovery from this pandemic and not a continuation of it. Next slide, please. Oh, another sign of the, another picture from our trip to Miloli'i. You see, we've been also talking with Haima, who runs the polls for the emergency warning sirens, and that have been discussing with them and their engineers about co-locating on poles such as these for community network purposes, in areas where they might not have broadband fiber. And we can see what that partnership would look like as we get the maps from Haima for their sirens in the low-lying coastal areas across the state that are closest to our homestead locations. Next slide, please. Oh, great. Now I get to hand it over to the experts. Irene, I think that's you first, right?
Yeah, so what I'm going to provide is an overview, an overall view of the application. As Ninio mentioned, there are two parts to the application that was submitted to NTIA. The broadband use and adoption piece that Ninio just described and the different projects involved in that. And then the broadband infrastructure deployment piece, which this is the first slide, and I will be turning over to Jeff in just a minute. But one thing that's very important to know about the application as it was being developed is it was not developed as an industry plan or developed with an industry perspective. Rather, it was really based on Hawaiian values and on human needs. Things such as distance learning, other educational needs, healthcare, public safety, many of the entities that Ninio mentioned as well. In addition to the partnerships that were described early on, in the lead up to developing the application, and as the application was being developed, we met with well over 24 separate entities, including those from, for example, healthcare, education, and public safety. Just in terms of how the individual parts of the application were constructed, within both use and adoption and broadband infrastructure deployment, there is a project narrative where in a good level of detail, the needs and all of the information that NTIA requires as part of the application are included. And then there's a budget narrative and a budget justification. So that was done for each of the different parts of the application, which were submitted on August 31st of this year. Again, the emphasis, the focus is on community needs and for Native Hawaiians across the state of Hawaii. And I will now turn over to Jeff to begin our discussion on deployment.
So thank you, Irene. Thank you, Ninio. Aloha again, commissioners. This is a very well formulated plan. This brings together decades of experience of the homelands and decades of experience in building community networks. So we were very fortunate that Ameren had long-term plans from a couple of years ago to hold one of our tribal housing meetings in Hawaii. And while we had to put that off a year and a half, we were able to come, as Ninio said, to Big Island, to Oahu, and to Molokai last October. And it was a really good moment in time after we were fully vaccinated and everybody was boosted, to be able to get into and be welcomed by a couple of communities. And we wanted to confirm a number of things that we already thought we had a pretty good idea about in terms of terrain, in terms of sort of deployment strategy, in terms of community need, and really trying to fine tune better the plan for community service and engagement. So Milili'i, you saw a picture of the schoolroom that we visited. We got a chance to spend some time throughout the community, and you saw a picture of the Haima Tower. This plan, and you probably can do the simple math between the last two slides. This plan is a large plan. The first thing I think should be said, there was $1 billion that was put into the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2021 that Niniao mentioned. Here at Ameren, Sasha, Irene, a small group of people, we were with a couple of other intertribal organizations, we were very involved in advocacy for the infrastructure bill. And that infrastructure bill adds another $2 billion to the same program from which the commission received a $30 million set aside. So the expectation in that law is that there will be an additional $60 million. So I think it was a stroke of foresight that when we sought the chairman's advice on how to move forward, and he spoke to others in leadership in the state and nationally, we really got our marching orders to put together something that is really going to be transformational. Now, where the rubber hits the road is in communities like Milili'i. So we were able to confirm some things that are going to be, we can get into even more detail with Sasha. You know, the height above average terrain, which is a very important element for deployment, is fairly predictable in Hawaii. We had very good maps. So we've been working with the department on mapping, the land management folks. We did want to get a feel for instance, from Waimanalo to Waianae, the difference in the types of vegetation and what that's going to mean to deployment. Hawaii has just about every type of potential for deployment that you can imagine. I think one of the things that's somewhat unique to Hawaii is that when it comes to the deployment of fiber or the siting of towers, there is a lot of lava. So in order to get our plan is going to both envision fiber in the ground, but then also aerial fiber as well. But it was just invaluable also to be able to spend some time on Molokai. I have been to Molokai 3 times before, and we didn't spend a whole lot of time, for instance, in people's homes as I've done before, but in basically traversing the island, looking at locations. Part of our plan here is to create the most effective use of this funding. So it doesn't necessarily envision new construction. And if I could kind of tell you where we are in the process, we are culminating our inventory timing of this project, and in terms of site planning and looking at deployments and beginning to move into more of the deployment planning, looking at the actual technologies to be deployed. As the department is kind of on the leading edge of all of this, because there are more programs than the $2 billion that are coming out of the infrastructure bill. There are other elements in Hawaii. There are other organizations in Hawaii. For instance, the university is going to be developing a program for a statewide system. And even though they're going to be about a year to a year and a half behind in their program with their regulations and their applications in a different part of the federal government, it really behooves us at this time to make sure that we're constantly looking at this inventory of opportunity. So when it comes to co-locating towers, we had a very helpful series of discussions with Commissioner Awo about what happened on Maui with a particular tower industry, an industry organization that sited a tower that really didn't take into account the human and the Hawaiian perspective that Irene talked about earlier. So that has informed just about every aspect of our work. So when we were on Molokai, we did visit a couple of tower site locations, looked at power levels, looked at line of sight, looked at coverage potential, and drove through some community where we know that we're going to need to deploy. We were able to confirm with Niniao's help, and even though she is always very humble, one thing I think that you should know is that you have in your midst, and in the deputy and in Niniao, two telecom experts. They've really followed a course of study over the last 3 years, and you can really talk this stuff like few people, Niniao. But with her help, we were able to confirm that a lot of the modeling, and again, I don't want to, I think Sasha can get a little more technical and helpful in this, but in some of the modeling, it's really replicable from island to island. What's going to be important though, and this is where I really want to turn it over to you, Sasha, is, and I want to introduce the idea again. We've discussed it with the commissioners. This is a very different type of design. This is a design that's based on community needs, not corporate values. So when it comes to those dozens of organizations that we've spoken with and have built into, when it comes to the programmatic side of this that Niniao led the charge on, and when it comes to our design from top to bottom, we want this to be entirely different than what your communities in Hawaii have experienced before. So Sasha, that is really the thrust of your last 25 years in this whole industry. So I want to turn it over to you. If you could tell them, because if you could tell the commissioners, because they haven't met you before and met XLab. If you could talk a little bit about some of the community networks that you guys have built, some of the work that you've done and introducing yourself, but then turn to some of what we did on and learned on Hawaii and Oahu and Molokai. Sasha. You are on mute, my friend.
Voila, thank you. And it's a joy and a privilege to be here. As Jeff mentions, I've been building community networks now for over 2 decades. So from the moment that the first generation of devices...
Sasha, we can't hear you. Can you turn up your volume a little?
Sure. Is that better?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yep, no problem. So I've been building these networks now for over 20 years. And when we started, the first generations of devices that became known later on as Wi-Fi were first coming out. So really, since the advent of it being possible to create a community network, I and my teams have been doing so. And over the last 20 years, we've deployed everything from emergency response networks after Hurricane Katrina. We built a 3-state-wide network in 3 weeks, which was an insane time and was useful for everyone from FEMA to the American Red Cross. We've built dozens, scores of networks spanning everything from hotspots in the Middle East after Arab Spring, favelas in Rio, where my dad was born and raised, shanty towns in South Africa, to, downtown Washington, D.C. and all the security mechanisms around there. Long story short, there's very few use cases that we haven't built in. And the reason why I find this project particularly compelling, and have put myself and my teams at Jeff and Irene's beck and call, is we have an opportunity here to build something that's never been done before, which is a statewide infrastructure where the architecting of this system, the goals of the entire network, are community driven. And that never happens. This notion that I can architect and engineer something based upon what the community itself feels is the highest priorities for this network is, to me, a dream come true. And I think it's one of the key differentiators between what we're proposing to build here and what one usually gets, which is, yes, obviously, we're going to build a sustainable, thriving business model behind this. That's the easy part. Anyone can do that. Building one that reaches into and supports all of the different vibrant projects, initiatives that are at play throughout Hawaii, I think that is really exceptional. And as somebody that's been in this space for decades, the opportunity to be a part of that is really compelling. And so, to me, what's really fascinating here is DHHL is going to be the steward of an incredible next generation network. And I see my role in that of ACI as helping steward the process of developing, deploying, implementing something that is kind of game changing, really, that we're going to be building and architecting a system that is better than exists in most of the country. And we'll be putting that at in essence, the priority of this network will be at the beck and call of Native Hawaiians. And all of this to me, and I think when you look at our proposal where you see such a large part of the proposal really focusing on digital equity, digital literacy, and the infrastructure, whereas that's the expensive part to build out, putting the digital equity side as the priority in this network build out, to me, is really wonderful and really rare. So with that said, maybe I'll turn it back over to you, Jeff, just to say, I think this is a once in a generation opportunity, and I wouldn't miss it. I wouldn't miss it for the world.
So there are a number of us that have been involved in this arena for the last 20, 25 years that see a great obligation to Hawaii, that particularly from Indian country, we have experienced change over the last 20 years that has largely caused our tribal nations to move from seeing themselves as consumers only to now seeing themselves as owners, some as operators, some as landlords of networks that contract out the operation. But I agree wholeheartedly with what Sasha has said. I want to make sure that you know that there are a couple of stages that are coming. So ACI as consultants and advisors to DHHL, it is our job to make sure to be those stewards that Sasha mentioned. The next step in this is as we have engaged with XLab is the design, and it is not unlike any other kind of construction project, although in this arena, rather than using concrete and boards, it's using spectrum and using fiber and using towers and backhaul. And then after that, the next step is actually engineering. That is when the engineering of a network gets down to every piece of equipment is measured at a particular speed, a particular power level. And it is at that level that the network is ultimately constructed and then also regulated. So we want to make sure that this process is as transparent as it needs to be for your governance and guidance. We want to make sure that we're working with your leadership there in Kapolei to make sure that as they need information resources to provide to you, that we're providing them. The department has really become so much more vested in the future of broadband than we've ever seen before. I think it's a credit to your leadership. I did want to say that it is likely no good system can be built unless there is on the ground verification of the types of design and engineering that occurs at desktops like this and desktops like Irene's and Sasha's and the legion of folks that we have working with us. So we have proposed to DHHL the next step in our relationship and another statement of work to bring on the design capabilities. And we will be working on that into the future with DHHL. Basically, it is network planning and design. It's technical network sustainability planning and support for additional broadband funding applications. One of the things that the department now sees is that we all see, it's a new day for technology. I do have an announcement that I'd like to make, Mr. Chairman, with your permission. Ameren Critical Infrastructure last week announced with Google and with the National Digital Inclusion Alliance a new partnership. We are going to be launching a native digital inclusion nationwide project. The National Digital Inclusion Alliance is located in grassroots communities across the nation. It is the type of digital literacy, digital adoption, digital use, types of topics that used to be called adoption 15 years ago. It's now called inclusion. It is getting communities of color, communities that are disenfranchised, folks from places like inner city Detroit to remote Appalachia to the Hawaiian Islands. What we are going to do is out of Ameren, we are going to headquarter an effort to place digital navigators in Native communities across the United States by region. And those digital navigators will be embedded, train the trainers that will go from region to region, community, community, house by house, household by household if necessary, to help our community members, our elders, our youth, those aunties and uncles in Hawaii learn how to utilize broadband, how to, things like having to maximize their usage and minimize their bills, how to use cybersecurity controls in their household, how to really kind of take ownership of their own connectivity so that they are not dependent on industry or corporation or other parts of community. So this will be something that we will be bringing to Hawaii that will not be part of our contract. It will not be something that the homelands will be paying for. It's just something that we're going to be doing nationally. I just wanted to announce that to you. The news is rolling out. We were engaged by Google and by the National Digital Inclusion Alliance. We weren't necessarily looking to do this, but an old joke in Washington, D.C. from D.C. is if you want to get something done, you better give it to a busy person, not because they have time to get something done, but that they know how to get something done. And the S word in that sentence is actually a different S word from back in the day. But I don't know, Niniao, if we have another slide. I think we may have
one more slide. Yes.
one
Last
more,
slide.
yes.
Next slide.
So this is just an overview kind of in a quote from our application. If you take a look at the quote, and I'm not going to read it to you, but if you take a moment to read it, you'll see how this application has been synthesized with Native Hawaiian values. And if you take a look at this map and the tower routes and the routing to the different maps, you'll see at the highest level, kind of a 20,000 foot view of what Sasha was talking about, an extraordinary historic project. So thank you very much for your time and attention. We are yours for whatever questions you may have.
Okay, Jeff, thank you very much. Niniao, did you have anything to add?
Oh, no, I'm just really excited and just hopeful that NTIA can figure out the process to evaluate our grant application in the most expeditious manner. And then we've been told we need to apply again for the $60 million pot, but hopefully we'll get the 30 sooner than later.
Okay, so just to sort of wrap up, we had to this point had a conceptual I guess, configuration, looking at our lands across the state. And now we're moving into a phase where, with the help of Sasha, you're actually going to start measuring what we need in terms of signal tower, where fiber needs to go in order to come up with this comprehensive broadband plan. Is that correct?
Yeah, so what we've developed is sort of a best guess given currently existing assets. So that's a version 1.0. We expect that is, in essence, you could think of it as a discussion draft, which is to say, we could build it like this, but honestly, when we're designing a network of this scale, we want it to be also one that meets community needs. So going and taking each piece and making sure that local communities understand what we're doing, agree with the siting of different things, et cetera. That's a key component of this. And yes, we'll be doing all that engineering, what connects to what. We'll also be doing additional due diligence in terms of additional assets that are available. So being on the ground a few months back, we started identifying like, oh, it'd be great if we get on that tower. And there's this one moment where I was like, man, I wish we knew who owned this tower. And Niniao was like, I think that's ours. And being able to identify that information of, in essence, touching base with communities and saying, does anyone know, in essence, how we would connect there to here? Anyone know the owner of that parcel of land? Those sorts of questions and due diligence will be essential as we iterate and improve what we've originally proposed. So those are the next steps.
And Sasha, I would add, it's a project, that phase is more like a rheostat than an on-off switch. I mean, we have been, since being engaged, we've been in the investigatory and the development phase of design development. That comes naturally. We all see that on maps in the field. We've compared notes about different communities we've been in. There's going to still have to be, as some people say, ground truthing in certain areas. There are a couple of things that we're waiting on from the federal government, and then it will be off to a very steady and deliberate race to build out. But you're right, Chairman. This is where we are. It is often in that design stage where you learn something that creates greater efficiencies in part of a network. And we appreciate you opening the door to Molokai so that we could go visit Molokai and Niniao, showing us again, because that happened in Molokai. We looked at a couple of locations and discovered a new one, and even went to go see some water towers, some other DHHL assets that become options now. Thank you.
Okay, I mean, great. We're still, we're happy that you've been able to do what you've been able to do with the limited amount of money that's been allocated so far. And we all look forward to the grant coming through. And so we wait with bated breath here. Questions, and we'll start with Dennis.
Yes, this is for Jeff. So I'm just trying to understand the broadband infrastructure. So we're looking at a wireless. There's several components. Obviously, it's wireless, wireline, and then looking at pre-existing fiber assets. So once we do this inventory, then obviously we'll need to sit down with who owns the fiber assets to find out whether we have access. If we don't have access, then the plan is to go around that access and put in our own fiber?
In simple terms, yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. I mean, the simple answer to your question is yes. It's going to get not too much more complex in certain areas too. Hawaii has a couple of well-known cases of
yeah. So I don't have to say any more. You're aware.
No, Irene and I both worked at the FCC.
Okay.
We provided regulatory oversight.
Yeah. Trying to get through that. It's going to be interesting.
Been here, done that. Okay. I think that this is a new day for DHHL, and there's a lot of you know, there's a lot of opportunity that comes when the federal government is willing to make the capital expenditure.
Right. Yeah. Okay, very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Other commissioners?
Yeah.
Zachary?
Yeah, this is for Jeff Niniao. Thank you for your presentation. Also, Sasha and Irene. When are you planning on coming back to Molokai soon?
I hope I can move to Molokai at some time in my life. I mean, no, so we have our COVID restrictions are actually doing quite well here in New Mexico. We work with a lot of Native communities, of course, across the United States. We hope to be able to come back at a point in time that's strategically effective, given NTIA and Department of Commerce timing. So we do have plans that are just at a high level right now, but strategically we could put into place pretty quickly to be able to come back. And we've talked pretty extensively with Niniao about that. We don't have plans currently right now, but we hope that we can count on you as commissioners when we come back to help us with that community engagement and that those next steps, as the chairman put it.
Commissioner Helm, I just wanted to say Kalamai because we were there only for one day from morning to evening, but I did point out your home.
Oh,
so
we did.
So,
you should have stopped by.
Yes, you know, I know. I said, you know what, next time we come, we'll have to stop by when we have more time. But just wanted to say that we made it aware to the consultants. Yeah.
So, you know, I mean, what's the projection for this to happen, Jeff? I mean, are you looking at 2, 3 years, 4 years down the road? Is this sooner than that?
Yeah, sooner than that. The way networks are built, and I want both Irene and Sasha to provide their expertise, because together we make a team that can cover about 360 degrees of all the aspects. They're living, breathing things. They're like construction projects like any other. Some aspects can go very quickly, some aspects can be delayed. One of the things we're looking at right now, Commissioner, is the delay in raw materials and the cost of things. We're at Ameren, we're a financial institution, the other side of the house. So we're tracking what's going on in the national economy and looking at, you know, the potential cost of raw materials. It's unfortunate that there have been delays at the federal level. We all would have been happier if they'd been able to keep their statutory timelines. But, you know, Irene and I have been a part of rolling out billion-dollar programs, and those just don't happen overnight. But the goal here is not 5 years from now. The goal here is very deliberately, you know, quarter by quarter, year by year. And I think we have a 2-year deadline, don't we, guys? Irene?
Yes. Yes, there is a 2-year, well, 1-year deadline that can be extended. So you can request extensions for the infrastructure part of the project.
Yeah, and in terms of, you know, immediacy, you know, I see things like being able to deploy some of the point-to-point links that we discussed in our application, which is, you know, from one tower to a community center, for example. That's something that can happen, you know, this calendar year, and frankly can happen regardless of the speed with which NTA moves funding out, because it's a relatively light lift. So, you know, when somebody teases me about going there and it's February where I am here in Pennsylvania, I'm like, let me get my backpack. I'll be there tomorrow. We can start building out the network. But seriously, I mean, there are components of this network that we'll be able to build out the second that we can get the go ahead to do so. And that I'm keen to start on. And there are others that will require additional due diligence, engineering, et cetera, to do that. So I see this as a multi-phase process that can begin this calendar year for sure, and will continue hopefully in the year 18 months or so will be kind of the sprint to get as much of this built as quickly as possible. I view this as a critical infrastructure that is long overdue. So I see a very strong desire to get this done quickly.
So there are two additional thoughts that I would add, Sasha. The first is the great advantage of Hawaii as opposed to other places that are in the application is that you have a 365-day-a-year building season. The other is there is great momentum now. And when Sasha says due diligence, for instance, if the project on a particular island demands that we're going to co-locate on an existing tower, when you have a crew climbing steel and putting in infrastructure, you want to make sure that you do that once. So it's double checking and triple checking because that crew is expensive and you want to make sure that crew gets everything you need done during that deployment so that you don't have to redeploy it, so they can move on and work on other locations. So in that plan that the chair referenced, there's a lot of layers and interrelated planning. Not something that any of us are unfamiliar with, and we all know the priority and the timing. The Department of Hawaiian Homelands is one of the top priorities of AMRIND and XLab as well. Just want to assure you, we hope to be able to very deliberately plan the next return and coordinate with you. We were just very fortunate that there was a break in our schedule when we were there to be able to allow us to have a day visit to Molokai. And Ninia warned me that I'd get in trouble if we didn't stop. but we will most certainly when we come back, we promise.
Thank you, Jeff. We'll go to Patty, then Randy, then Dennis.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Hi, Nina. I was wondering on your submittal on page 4 on your chart, just looking at your chart, is there a reason why Waianae or Kapolei was excluded in this chart on your spreadsheet? It says City and County of Honolulu. So what does that mean? What does City and County of Honolulu encompass on this chart? I noticed you have in Oahu just Waimanalo.
Yeah, so if you Google the NTIA's map of broadband need, it identifies the number of households on trust land areas with fixed broadband speeds below 25 down 3 up, as well as the percentages of households without 1 internet or 2 internet devices. And so I just picked 2 counties, the County of Hawaii, the County of Honolulu, and then Maui has Maui, but I just picked the ones that showed up on the map that had that 1, 2, and 3. So they had broadband speeds that were below 25.3. They had percentages without internet, and then those without connectivity, without devices. So I just picked the highest ones.
Oh, okay, so is it feasible to say that from Waianae-Moku all the way to Kapolei homesteads, our broadband doesn't show any decrease?
Yeah, yes, yeah. It means that you have good broadband, and Waimanalo had the poor one.
So funding wouldn't be so when the funding or the grant comes in, that wouldn't be able to use to improve in that areas?
No, we are still using to improve in the areas. So the application called for the identification of the 25.3 plus the percent without fixed broadband and the percent without a device. So we had to put the chart in and use their map to say these are our trust lands and these are the numbers. But in the application, like when we looked at Auntie Twinkle's Place community, Pu'uhonua, Waianae, or Department of Transportation, Deputy Ed Sniffen is also bringing broadband down Farrington Highway. So we're working with DOT to see how we can expand access up into Nanakuli Valley, up into Waianae Valley, and try to reach some of our Native Hawaiian homeless population so that the kids at least could have access on the beaches if another pandemic shutdown happens.
Oh, okay. If I could, I think I can. This just doesn't, excuse me, so this doesn't cover non-Hawaiian homesteads. Is that what you're saying? Because Pu'uhonua, Waianae Valley where they're at, that's not Hawaiian Homes. So this is
Yes.
an opportunity to be open to not only beneficiaries, but
Yes.
non-beneficiaries.
Yeah, so if you look on the beginning of my broadband use and adoption on page 6, it talks about the 4 beneficiary classes. So
Yeah.
3 belong to HHCA, lessees,
Yeah, yeah.
applicants, and those on the who could be applicants but never applied. And then the 4th one is Title 8 of Nahaza, which is any Hawaiian. So the community networks piece with anti-twinkle guys or helping the Native Hawaiians who are homeless and not on trust land have access to internet is that under that 4th definition.
Oh, well, that's good to know. That's really very good to know. I'm glad I asked that.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you for that clarification. That's so important. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you. Randy and Dennis?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Jeff. To the digital equity team, I want to just say there's a lot of good information that's being provided to us for our consideration. I like that the team is doing their best to put a Native Hawaiian lens on all of this. But I would be remiss if I did not go back, 20, 30 years ago, when Sandwich Isles was offering that same level of hope and this transformational opportunity that occurred way back then. And so my hope is that we can avoid some of the pitfalls that led to the current situation that we are now confronted with, and that we can move forward in perpetuity to build out a system that will continue to benefit Native Hawaiians for many, many years to come. So that said, I have a question. On one of the pages here, it talks about recently acquired spectrum assets. My takeaway from that, as a result of these recently acquired assets, that's going to be beneficial to Ameren's ability to deploy. Is that what I'm seeing? And if so, could you explain to me what that is? Because we're still in litigation. While much of the assets have been purchased, we still have last mile challenges that affect service to the homestead. So could you help me understand what that looks like today?
Okay, that is, I'm going to ask the consultants to correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's referencing the 2.5 gigahertz spectrum that the department received. So it's all inclusive, the implementation of the 2.5, and now with the opportunity to have more funding to do a statewide broadband system, I guess, for our homesteads, it's all inclusive. Anybody care to expand on that?
Chairman, you nailed it. That's exactly what it is. The 2.5 gigahertz assets, which are, licensed to the department.
Okay. Randy,
And
is that?
the tremendous advantage of that is that those licenses were obtained at no cost through the Federal Communications Commission's tribal priority window.
Okay, so that's helpful. So as a result of the spectrum assets that are being acquired, some of the challenges that we are experiencing with Sandwich Isles, that does not enter into your ability to deploy as planned?
It's a separate issue.
Okay.
Separate technology.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Dennis?
Yes, for Jeff, first of all, I like the fact that we're looking at trying to train Native Hawaiians to handle the fiber implementation and having an in-house workforce. My major concern is always, I've worked with large systems at San Francisco Airport, putting in large baggage systems and other systems, and we're always concerned about a contractor putting in a system, then having another contractor take over and maintaining the system. So, and I'm thinking way ahead because that's important. Whatever we put in, it's got to be open to someone that can maintain the system moving forward. The department doesn't have the expertise or the staff to maintain the system. So my concern moving forward is maintenance of the product that you put in. Do you provide that, or would you go out to contract for someone to do that?
So this is a really good question. There's a couple of aspects around the question, and you can probably see me and Sasha leaning forward because this is the real, this is where the rubber really hits the road on the difference between a corporate and like share, publicly traded company design and a community network. So I want to make sure that Sasha and Irene have a chance to ring in on this answer too. One of the premise of this network design is going to be its open architecture, its ease of management and operational quality, a high quality, but also a very available type of system. Just like in other Native communities around the United States, we need to work with the local grassroots communities to identify who can be stood up in the community, who the leaders are that can be trained, can be positioned to be the community network operators and managers. So for instance, there's a gentleman named James Pakele in Waianae who I've run into, gosh, I don't know, so many times over the last decade. We end up at the same meetings, we end up in the same locations. He's just one example from a particular community. It is quite a thing to see when you see a community design that engages the community at the community's values level, how people see themselves as owners and operators, and you see it in other essential services. You see it in volunteer fire departments. You see it in others. That's the kind of ethic that we want to continue to grow. And the timing right now is very, very important to answer this, because even as this meeting is happening, a bunch of organizations, which Sasha and I belong to, have created a boot camp training and it's being held online, and they're going to be in-person meetings with the travel expenses covered for community representatives to come get trained on how to do this very thing you're talking about. I used to work for a tribe. I know exactly what you're talking about. I used to work with the FAA and how you get down the road on a particular government contractor who was part of the military industrial complex, and then you were buying into their design, and therefore you kind of always tied to it. So as I turn this to Sasha for the rest of the answer, one of the things that's going to be very important is that element of management, of upkeep, maybe the best, easiest way to say it, has to be local there in Hawaii. So while DHHL will be the landlord of in a way of explaining it, and may contract out certain elements of the operation of a network, and don't be fooled, it's an economic driver, absolutely. A community design has a very different approach to the kind of answer you're looking for. So Sasha, I would turn it to you because I know you've built networks like this. We've talked about it before.
Yeah, and I feel like, Commissioner, you might be the ringer in the audience, because it's exactly the question that I wish more people would be asking in this realm. I mean, we're about to drop $65 billion into this space. And I think a lot of folks are going to inadvertently create path dependencies and vendor lock-in that are going to prove incredibly detrimental to their end goals of affordable connectivity. And I say this because I lived through the municipal wireless boom of 2003 to 2008 and watched that exact thing happen. And in 2007, we wrote a big expose of the Philadelphia project, which at that point was the poster child for municipal networking, panning it, basically saying it's going to fail. It's going to fail because it's not community centric. There's a whole white paper called the Philadelphia Story. I wrote it 15 years ago, but I would stand behind what we prognosticated, and the best practices that we had said needed to be in place, which was all about community-driven architecting, ownership, etc. And when I created the Open Technology Institute in 2008, well, as the name might suggest, I have my own thinking about what are best practices for this kind of work. So it's not that I would say, oh, we're never going to use proprietary technology, but I will say that the architecting that we're doing is really about ensuring extensibility, interoperability, the modularity of different proprietary components, and ensuring that we avoid these kinds of pitfalls that have happened time and time again in a prior era. That's in some ways what you get when you get some gristled veterans from this space helping you design and build the network. So this is essential. We're building a network that's going to be around for decades. And as such, it needs to avoid exactly the problem that you put your finger on.
Great, thank you. One more question for you, Chair. Which department would have oversight of this entire project?
Right now, it's being kept in OCH.
Okay.
As we build up
Eventually,
capacity.
when it's built out and we're actually active, those community, I guess, coordinators would need someone to refer back to the department if they're having issues. So would that be an LMD thing?
I think we're getting ahead of ourselves here.
I know, but it's something we need to think about.
We're definitely thinking about it. We're also, what we envision as this is developed, that it's developed broad enough so that if there is no capacity, we have the ability to hire out while capacity is being built.
Okay.
So I don't want to get locked into something.
No, I got you. I got you. All right,
We
thank you.
need to build maximum flexibility into the process as we go forward because technology changes so quickly.
Oh, yeah.
Randy?
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, so my question is beyond what we're talking about. There's a lot of mana'o that offers, again, a great deal of hope and excitement. So my question beyond the mana'o is, what can we expect to actually see in a year, 2 years, or 3 years as a result of this anticipated deployment, which sounds like it's going to be occurring relatively soon? What can we see in the Hawaiian homes?
Okay, gonna leave that up to Jeff and Sasha. Paint the picture.
Go ahead, Sasha. You start.
So, you know, what we're architecting and the reason why it is this hybrid of fiber infrastructure with extensions that are wireless is that the goal is actually to provide most homes with 100 by 20 megabit per second speeds, which is more than baseline. It is, in fact, fairly decent, and it is relatively future-proof for at least one generation. And I hedge that because, you know, 20 years from now, we want a basic infrastructure that, again, would allow us to add additional capacity and keep up with the times, which is why we're using fiber. And I anticipate that the revenue generation from the infrastructure we're building is going to enable that kind of additional capacity building. The reason why it is more than 25 by 3, which is the federal definition of broadband, is because that is inadequate for a family that might need to do, for example, multiple distance learning plus professional streams at the same time. An HD stream, a high definition stream like this one, requires about 3 megabits per second in both directions. So you'd only be able to do one of those with baseline connectivity. We want something that's going to provide a much better experience for Native Hawaiian households. Is that what you were asking, speeds and capacity?
Well, I was looking for something a little more tangible beyond all the technical jargon, like on Molokai, for example, a kid that's reliant on interconnectivity for education. In 2 to 3 years, he turns on his computer. What does that allow for a family in terms of tangible end use results?
So let me take a crack at it. So I do think that what you're going to see is you're going to see new infrastructure You're gonna see new antennas, repeaters, equipment up in communities or beside communities, someplace that's responsibly and appropriately sited. And we're hopeful that the community will be able to, that the information about that will be spread so that the community knows that that's their equipment, that that's Hawaiian equipment, that they have in some way that they have an ownership interest in it and understand that it's theirs. New devices in households, in children's hands, in auntie's hands and uncle's hands and family's hands, so they can use, and new connections with real world needs. Like right here, sitting where I'm sitting, if I need to FaceTime, there's an app that I can use with our hospital here in Albuquerque. If I need to talk to a doctor, I can get on and do it real quick. It's costs nothing. There's an actual app that can be used. The Presbyterian healthcare system, it's the big healthcare system here in New Mexico, they developed it. Now, what Niniao led on our team was developing these sorts of programmatic elements that will touch actual Hawaiian lives. And yes, it's going to be related to new infrastructure, but how it's going to play out is a new level of connectivity that we hope becomes much more relevant and useful. One of the things that we're very worried about in our communities, in my own community, Muskogee Creek community, is that we have a couple generations of students who have missed out on in-person learning. They've kind of gone backwards and forwards and backwards and back and forth to school. And some kids, they really like the platform of having an additional learning opportunity. So online libraries, online training, additional resources. The hope is that with the speeds that we're going to bring, the household, mom and dad might be downloading something. My wife and I have gotten kind of addicted to watching cooking shows and trying to learn how to cook new things. I have two left hands sometimes when I'm cooking. But our daughters are also downloading videos at the same time with the connectivity we have. So there may be new equipment that people see, and we hope that they understand that equipment turns into additional uses. The other thing is definitely new representatives in the community, like we talked about, individuals who are going to be local leaders, community leaders with the network, and then these digital navigators, somebody who's from and embedded in the community that is going to help train individuals. This is not the kind of thing that the Native Hawaiian community, whether it's within the homelands or outside of the homelands, and I really appreciate that Niniao underlined the definitions in the law. This is not something that's been experienced in Hawaii before. So our hope and our purpose is that it be a very tangible difference in the coming year, 3 years.
So, Sasha, I think if you could answer the question this way, Zachary's having just trouble with his telephone. What does the number that 100 whatever bytes that you talked about, what does that mean? Does that mean that Zachary can have clear telephone all the time, plus somebody stay on the Netflix in his house, plus somebody talk to a doctor? Give us the practical.
Yes, Chairman, all of the above simultaneously would be possible with the capacity that we're building. What's important here is not only are we building big capacity, right? That's the technical jargon side of it. There's also a whole arm of this that is focused on the digital literacy, access, and adoption components of this. So unlike, for example, what your traditional ISP is going to do, they're going to just architect, build, and then be gone. We see this as a much more holistic intervention, whereby in many ways the infrastructure is transparent. That doesn't really matter. What matters is how are people using this. So yes, we're talking about multiple simultaneous HD high definition streams, whether you're Jeff binging on Greatest British Baking Show, or the kids doing distance learning, or somebody gaming, all of that being possible within a household simultaneously. That's the kind of capacity that we're looking at delivering to every single Native Hawaiian household.
Within the next several years, contingent on the funding being released. Does that answer your question, Randy?
Yeah, I mean, look, it does. I'm just trying to drill down on a time frame.
Yeah.
All these multiple uses for an end user on Hawaiian homelands. If we're looking at 1 to 3 years, how many of our Native Hawaiian beneficiaries might realize those benefits across the Aina? You know, I'm just trying to figure out all these multiple opportunities being really great, but what does it look like in terms of actual application across our Native homelands in a 2 to 3 year period? 20%, 30%? I'm just trying to drill down on something.
So if I may, so you're asking us to answer a question that's very difficult. If we could follow our timelines, we're talking about like close to 100% within 3 years.
Wow.
And the wild cards are things like permitting and things that are beyond our control. What I can't tell you though is we're going to be completely transparent with you. So there won't be this moment where you're like, holy cow, I thought we were on this trajectory, but in fact, we're on this other one. Every step of the way, the goal is to work with the chairman's office and ensure that you know exactly where we are in terms of hitting our milestones. You know exactly what the dependencies are. You know exactly kind of whatever kerfuffle has arisen, like why it's there, how we're ameliorating it, etc. But the plan that we delivered to NTA is the plan we are planning to execute on. And that is a very tight time frame. It's a very high goal to meet. But we've built these kinds of systems before, and we know that we can do that.
Okay, well, look, that's very encouraging. If within reason, you believe 100% capacity within that. Is that what I heard you say?
Let me clarify. Near 100% is near 100%. I'm always worried about absolutes because inevitably there's somebody living in a cave somewhere. But you know, the goal is to build an infrastructure that reasonably can provide 100% capacity. That's what we've told NTA our goal is. That's what we're architecting and building towards.
No, I get it. I'm not holding your feet to the fire on, but 100%, near 100% will resonate. But I understand there's a difference between a goal and actually achieving it. But I just want to say that that's above and beyond my expectations. I mean, just that as a benchmark, that's offering a lot. So even if you get to 80, 85%, that's quite remarkable. So that's all I'm saying. Thank you.
And I will also add, one of the reasons why we're making
Sasha, wait just a second. Sasha, wait, I want to say something. This is the perfect time. We don't mind. You should hold our feet to the fire. We've done this before, but we need your help. Help us build the fire.
Okay, we're back to 100%, Jeff. Thank you.
Yeah. then help us get. We're past the tipping point of opportunity. We're into the realm that we need to be of fully committing, and we need your help. We need this commission's help. We really do need your help to move this as soon, as quickly, as expeditiously, as purposefully, and as well planned as it can be. So I wasn't kidding earlier when you told us about the tower siting issue. If we run into kerfuffles, as my friend Sasha says, we're gonna need your backstop. We're gonna need that leadership to provide, to help us shake things loose, because we're serious about this with NTIA, and they're serious too, and we're holding their feet to the fire. So we need your help building that fire. I like that analogy.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. David?
Thank you. So being a lawyer, it sounds, what I've heard is a lot of like lawyer talk, which I don't understand what it means, but I'm used to it, but I still, I still don't know what it means. When you say you need support, I think, we need some practical information. What does that mean? And that's what I think. I'm sitting here and I'm listening to you, and I hear all of the adjectives, but I don't know what that means from a practical perspective. And I think as we go forward, I know the second submittal is to ask for more money, but I'm going to ask for more money to do what? It sounds like we're at 100%. But one question that I do have is, if you're a beneficiary in 3 years and we're at 100%, and something breaks within your system, who do they call? Who fixes it? How do you get them back up and running? Because that's kind of the situation that we've had here with our current provider on the homelands, and we don't know where that help comes from, and I haven't heard that aspect of what this system is going to do. So perhaps you can give us some insight into that. Thank you.
So we will definitely provide some practical to-dos for you if you're asking, if you're offering, if that's what I heard. I apologize if there's been any legal jargon. I thought we tried to keep that to a minimum, but it just must come naturally. Yeah, there's a level of detail that we we can get into, but sometimes it's not the best use of your time. But there are certainly network operations and network downtime. This is what goes into a design. In a community design, it's the community that will largely be the determining factor about what level of protection is needed. We've gone into this assuming we're talking 24/7. There are aspects of community networks that can be outsourced, that are remotely monitored and remotely handled. Somebody else's data center in a operation center somewhere away from locally. But there are also things that happen like lightning strikes or high winds, rain. I mean, these are living, breathing things, these networks. So often those types of maintenance issues are contracted to experts. It is not always, or folks that have different efficiencies. For instance,
But is that going to be a vendor in India or in the Philippines, or like we get when we try and call Hawaiian Airlines? We don't get anybody that speaks our local language. We get somebody that we have a hard time understanding. And so that's kind of the practical things that we need to know. And when you say you need our support, I don't know what that means. We can clap or we can sing a song together or whatever. I don't know what our support means, but it would be good to know what the expectations are, because we need to know, how do we help get this thing going, get it up and running, that sort of thing. So that's what I'm asking for. I mean, the technical part, I'm not going to understand it anyway. I know it's going to go from this place to this place. I get that. But, as far as what we need to do, as far as the beneficiaries are concerned, they're going to expect 24/7. I don't think you're going to have any beneficiary community that says, just give me 5 hours a day. That's all we want. Everybody's going to want 24/7. So I think that's a given. And so, what does that support look like? How does that, how do you create that so that the beneficiaries have that in place? Thanks. I'll let somebody else.
If I may, so what we're designing when we build the network is a system that's going to have the capacity internally to do network operations, to, in essence, identify problems as they're coming up. And in terms of what the business model looks like, who runs that facet of the network, who's doing the truck roll at 3 a.m. to get the system back online. Honestly, that will be your decision as the landlords and the folks that own and operate this system. If there's a breakdown where you have a shoddy vendor providing that, it will only be because you have made the decision to bring that vendor in. So it's not to pass the buck, but rather to say these are the kinds of decisions that, however you decide, our job is to facilitate and help execute on, right? So if DHHL says we want to have Native Hawaiians running the ISP and handling that, like, awesome, we'll help you do that. If you say, hey, we want to get some telco to run that, fine, we will help you to accomplish that goal. And our role is to provide you with the pros and cons of every decision so you can make the most informed decision about that facet of network operations possible.
So I would add I won't add anything to that because I think Sasha did it perfectly. But to what you can do as the governance body for DHHL right now, the most important thing you can do is help spread awareness for the momentum of this project in your respective communities in the islands, to start building momentum for this at the grassroots level so that there's an awareness, so that people understand this is coming, that it's different in kind from others. We will get to stages in the deployment where we will, we'll be briefing you, I'm sure. We'll be making, there will be some kerfuffle, there will be some issue that we may need to work with you at your local level. But before getting there, right now, it's raising the awareness. The other thing I think that's very important, and to reiterate an ask that I mentioned about 25 minutes ago, is this network is going to be very important if it is identified by local advocates, local leaders, like James from Waianae, somebody who gets it, who wants to be the techie, wants to be the guy that understands the bits and bytes, that wants to talk about, one strand here, the community needs here, how some network architecture turns into actually touching people's lives there locally. So there's this sense of ownership and operation and somebody that the community can turn to, who's almost that leader liaison for the truck roll or for the build out. And we have training available for these folks. We just have to identify them in the community. And we need your help doing that. You know those folks much better. You know your communities much better than we do. It goes without saying.
So do you have like a packet of information that has this that we can disseminate to the communities, right? Because I'm not sure how we go about building the support without any kind of meat on the bones type of, you know what I mean? So I think if you could provide that to the commission, on a very basic level, so that we can share that with the different communities. This is what we're gonna do. This is what we're looking for. These are perhaps opportunities for communities to do things, because some of the communities have, they want to bring in like universities to do remote learning. You need a hot, broadband in order to get that done. And so I think, there would be excitement for different communities, but it really depends on kind of what the meat is, right? And so, and I don't know, maybe it's putting the cart before the horse. I'm looking to get that from you. Maybe you guys are looking to get that from us. But, at some point we got to figure out what is it that what is the information that we all need so that we can build the support, we can build the grassroots level support and get people thinking about what the different opportunities are.
Well, we can certainly provide that. That's one of the things we specialize in, and working closely with the chairman's office, we can do that. I think the cart that we have to be careful about not putting in front of the horse is the federal funding. Because that's the timing there is a little unpredictable, although we all feel like we're getting closer and closer. But certainly that's been an element of our to-do list for some time. We just have to make sure that what we're planning is well planned from the very beginning. So we hope also that we can dovetail some of that engagement effort with when we are able to return to Hawaii. Because communities are, it's natural. Communities going to want to discuss this, going to want to talk about it. And it's the best way to ensure the success of these networks. We've seen it in so many different Native communities. So I appreciate your question. We will certainly work on that. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Randy?
Yes, I just wanted to add a couple more things to what I think David is trying to say and what I'm trying to drill down on. So I would prefer that Amarin provide us the information, and then we go to our communities and say, this is what's being offered for your consideration. I don't want it to come from me as the commissioner, because I don't know it the way you guys do. So I'm willing to take information that you generate, you provide to us, and then we can disseminate that to within our communities and begin to alert them what's on the horizon and what's within the realm of possibility based on what your company, your institution is saying. And that gives them time to think through it. They can create questions for us that we can bring back to all of you. For the people that we encounter and we engage on something like this, it will be end user product that they will want to know about. Okay, if we got broadband coming, what does this mean? What does multiple digital opportunities actually mean for us? And that's when it becomes relevant for them. And so that's what I'm asking that you consider, because we're going to be engaging our communities on this in relative short order. So thank you.
Okay, Randy, thank you. Okay, commissioners, this was meant to be sort of an update on where we are. If there are no further questions, we will let these folks go and get back to the work so they can provide us with the information that we've asked for. All right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Meow, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff.
Mahalo. Thank
All right,
you.
meow.
Mahalo. Meow.
Mahalo. Ahui.
Aloha.
Okay, we're gonna
Aloha.
go-
Aloha.
Aloha.
Another information, submittal G4 next. You have who you need on consultants? Yep. Okay, great. We're gonna turn it, this is for information only. I'm gonna turn it over to Andrew.
Hello, Commissioners. Andrew Choi, Acting Planning Program Manager. Item G4 for information only, options for wastewater management alternatives. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Nancy McPherson, who has kind of led the conversation internally about wastewater system alternatives. So I'll pass it on to Nancy.
Well, mahalo, Andrew. Aloha kako, Commissioners. It's really good to see you all again. This is a different kind of infrastructure, maybe not as cool, but just as necessary. So we'll make this quick because we know you have a number of planning office action items that you still need to hear today. So we have some folks from VI joining us. So let's go to the next slide, please. And from ITT. So I have a couple of slides here, intro slides, and then we'll go to those presentations. We have provided you a joint Land Development Division and Planning Office update last September. So you do have some background on the situation. We definitely have a situation on Hawaiian homelands with cesspools. There's EPA and Department of Health mandates that are coming down. We do have till 2050, but the planning mantra is it's only too late if you don't start now. So it's definitely time to start assessing where we're at, what we need to do to get where we need to get to. So there's some activities that have been going on in Land Development Division, but I'm mainly going to be talking about what the Planning Office and our Deputy Director Gomes have been working on over the last year or so. Next slide, please. We've been attending meetings with VI, which is Wastewater Alternatives and Innovations, and working on their work for water. And then we also have been meeting with ITT, Innovative Tech, I forget the acronym, sorry, and their Tiger biofilter technology, talking to them. I've been attending regular meetings of the state cesspool conversion working group and trying to keep up on all the literature and the things that are happening at that level. We've been working on developing ideas for pilot projects and funding sources. And then we've been monitoring some federal funding opportunities. Next slide. So we're going to just go straight into the presentations. We have, first we're going to go to Wastewater Alternatives and Innovations, and they're going to talk to us a little bit about what they do and their Work for Water initiative. And that is Stuart Coleman and Joaquin Schneider. And I'm not sure if Christina's, yes, Christina's there. And so that will be followed by ITT and Noha and her team. So let's just go for it. And I'll hand it over to Stuart.
Thank you so much. Mahalo, Nancy. And thanks to all of you for letting us present to you today. My name is Stuart Coleman, and I'm the Executive Director and co-founder of VI, which stands for Wastewater Alternatives and Innovations. And we have been working on this issue as an environmental nonprofit for the last 2 years. And sorry, I'm being told my screen is black for some reason. I don't know why that's happening. I'll try to fix that as we go. And we are working to help the state, the counties, communities, and individual homeowners with this cesspool conversion problem. And we like to start with a little bit of humor. So that's why we have this PSA in the foreground. And it's part of our campaign messaging where we say cesspools anywhere near the coast are like toilets on the beach because there are 88,000 of these cesspools and they discharge a lot of pollution to our nearshore waters. But I'll go into the next slide and we can tell you a little bit more about who we are. Our mission is to protect water quality, reduce sewage pollution, and restore healthy watersheds by providing really innovative and new and more affordable technology. Because I also serve on the cesspool conversion working group, and there was a sense at first that, oh, we'll just convert all these cesspools to septic systems. But septic systems still have a lot of pollution associated with them. So our vision is to work with communities to find better, more innovative technology, help homeowners with financial resources and counties as well, work on policy and advocacy issues, alert the public, do outreach and education about what their options are, and also to get some pilot projects in the ground with this innovative technology. I think before we really dive in, an important distinction to make is between a cesspool and a septic system. So on slide 3, if we can go to that one, there's a major difference. A cesspool is literally just a hole in the ground. It may have tiled sides or bricks where the waste can seep through, but this is where all the waste in a house goes, the black water and the gray water, everything from the toilets and the sinks, showers in the house. And there's no treatment that goes on. It just goes into the hole and seeps out the sides and into the bottom, where it can go directly and does go directly into groundwater. A septic tank is where all that effluent goes from the house, but it goes into a tank that's sealed and the solids settle to the bottom, and then the rest of it flows out to a leach field. And if it's well designed, there is treatment of the pathogens and such in that, but it doesn't treat the nutrients like nitrogen, phosphorus, and others. And we see that as a real problem in our coastal areas and in our drinking water. And in slide 4, as you can tell, as I mentioned earlier, there are 88,000 cesspools in Hawaii that discharge 53 million gallons per day of effluent. That's more than the massive sewage spill we had in Waikiki in 2006. And so this is a real issue across the state. And so DOH worked with a number of groups to help pass laws that I'll talk about shortly to deal with this issue. But if we look at the health and environmental risk, there is a threat to drinking water. If the elevated rates of nitrogen can get into the drinking water, into wells, where we have a lot of them across the state, this can increase risk to bladder cancer and other types of cancer. And this has been documented in Suffolk County, Long Island, which is the only place in the entire country that has more cesspools than Hawaii. We have the most per capita, but they have the most just in sheer numbers. And so also with pathogens, there's a many risk of disease, and there are also contaminants of emerging concern, including pharmaceuticals that go out into the nearshore waters. The environmental risks are really revolving around nutrients, like I mentioned, phosphorus and nitrogen, which can increase invasive algae overgrowth on our reefs, and that can smother our reefs and lead to coral reef decline and create coral disease as well. And so our reefs are already under so much threat that this is just one more very potent thing that can really turn the tide for a reef, whether it's going to live or die. And for our kind of overview of cesspool pollution, here's just Oahu, where these are the hot spots around. And this is based on a study that friends of ours did at UH with Dr. Celia Smith and Dr. Dan Amato. And they're measuring nitrogen nutrient levels off the coast around Oahu, but also around the other islands using algae as an indicator. And so we can tell where there is elevated nitrogen and phosphorus in those areas, and we can distinguish it between agricultural runoff from safe fertilizers. And so we've observed, and studies show there's indicator bacteria observed in drinking water wells, and that we are also finding bacteria and pharmaceuticals in those areas as well. Lagoons and bays like Kaneohe Bay are particularly vulnerable to cesspool pollution because it's low flushing. There's a lot of stagnant water. And so when there were direct sewage outfalls up until the 70s in Kaneohe Bay, there was a definite decline in coral reef cover and fish populations and risk of algal blooms. When they closed that off, and they stopped open outfalls after passing the Clean Water Act, there was a recovery. And so the good news about all this is that if we act now and stop these and reduce the amount of sewage flow, we can see our coral reefs start to recover. In the next slide, I want to just give you kind of a brief background, and sorry to be talking so fast, but we've got a lot to cover. In 2015, we helped pass Act 120, which banned the construction of new cesspools and created a $10,000 tax break. Until then, we were the only state in the country that allowed cesspools. And we were the last to ban them in 2017, in 2017, when we mandated the upgrade of all cesspools by 2050. And we were the last state by several decades. So most states realized what a potent problem this was and dealt with it. We were very slow in responding. But after that, once we got started, we've been really good. We created Act 132 the next year in 2018, and that created the Cesspool Conversion Working Group. And I currently serve in that. And then we have a number of bills right now to really reduce that nutrient pollution and find funding for homeowners. And one is, cesspool conversion upon home sale, doing cesspool fees because they're the only ones who, small fees that don't pay anything, either sewer fees or upgrade, and putting that in a subsidy fund to help low income and moderate income homeowners who couldn't otherwise afford to convert their cesspools. And then private-public partnerships, we have about 5 different kinds of bills in front of the legislature, and we're working with a huge coalition of environmental groups. But I'll pitch it to Yoko to talk more about the technology, or Christina, either.
Yeah, thank you. So hi, everyone. I'm Christina. I'm the program manager at VI. And I'm just going to go just quickly through a couple options that are more environmentally friendly ways to convert a cesspool. These are enhanced options that are better than a septic tank conversion because they do a better job at removing pollutants. So on this slide, you can see a few types of these enhanced systems. The first one on the left is a biofilter, which is basically where you still have a septic tank and a leach field, but then there is an array of different types of substances beneath the leach field, sand and denitrifying layers that take care of some of this pollution. On the next one over on the bottom, you'll see a constructed wetland. So this is a similar type of system where there's bacteria that live in the wetland that remove pollution. One second, sorry, something just popped up on my screen. Okay, sorry, so the constructed wetlands and the biofilters do very similar passive treatment of this effluent and remove pollutants. So you come out with much cleaner effluent that's going into your environment, less pathogens, less nutrients, less overall pollution. You can also do this with active treatment. On the right, you'll see an aerobic treatment unit. And this is a type of unit that can be used with a septic tank or in place of a septic tank. And this basically uses both anaerobic and aerobic treatment to reduce the amount of pollution. This uses electricity, whereas the other two don't, passive versus active systems. So on the next page, we will take a look at community scale wastewater systems. So the ones I just showed are all for individual cesspool replacements on a single property. You can also think about cesspool replacements on the scale of a neighborhood. This is something like 200 or homes or less. And these are called a few different types of things. They might be referred to as a cluster system, a decentralized system, or a package plant. And basically what this means is that there is a neighborhood that are all connected together and can send their wastewater to a small processing plant. Some of these processing plants can even bring the water up to a standard that it can be reused for agriculture. This is an example of one of these. It's actually kind of a partner type technology that would work in a community scale system. When you have a central processing facility, you need a way to get the wastewater to the facility. So liquid only sewer is one way to do this. This is a way to install sewer lines essentially in a community that are much smaller and only transport liquid so that it's much less disruptive to the community. It's much less expensive to install. And this picture shows a Renko Prelos system, which is an example of this. So you can see there's still a septic tank on the property where the solids collect and the liquids are pumped out through this kind of miniature sewer system to a community package plant. So there's a lot of benefits to this. Like I said, cheaper, it's less likely to need maintenance, it's easier to install. So this is something that we're really excited about and hope to deploy in some communities around Hawaii. With the community scale wastewater treatment, there's also the potential to really embrace circular economy principles. And this is something that, of course, we really want to be looking into as we move forward and try to design more sustainable communities. So for instance, you could have a plant, or basically a community scale plant that collects wastewater from all the different houses in a neighborhood. It can treat the wastewater, which can then be reused in agriculture. Meanwhile, the solids can be processed by our partners at Biomass Controls, who can actually turn sewage sludge into biochar, which is even a carbon negative process. That biochar can then be used as a soil amendment, also for agriculture or for stormwater filtration. So you have all of these different circular uses to really kind of rethink how we're operating with our wastewater and recovering valuable resources from it. So that was just a quick overview of individual and community scale options for cesspool conversions. And now I just wanted to talk a little bit about how cesspool replacements relate specifically to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. First of all, I just want to acknowledge upfront that there's an environmental equity, environmental justice issue with respect to cesspools in the Native Hawaiian community because of the additional impacts of cesspools on Native Hawaiian cultural practices, such as lo'i, fish ponds, nearshore fishing. So we really want to make sure to focus on the Native Hawaiian community and make sure we're addressing the environmental equity issue. There's also a possibility to access federal funding that's set aside for tribal needs, which is really exciting because we might be able to leverage some monies to start getting these systems in the ground. And we also are working hard on workforce development programs. To replace all these cesspools, we're going to need a lot more workforce, and these are going to be well-paying green jobs in the wastewater sector. So we're working on getting funding to build curriculum and internship and placement programs that could benefit the Native Hawaiian community. I'll pass to Yoka.
Thank you. So we want to show some maps that outline the overlap between existing cesspool locations and Hawaiian homelands. And to preface this, I want to say that I used data that was for the cesspools was found by Department of Health and University of Hawaii between 2008 and 2010. And the Hawaiian homelands data is from the shapefiles from 2015, all available online. And since this is a little bit older, some of these cesspools have been connected to sewer, and I want to say a special thanks to Nancy, who has been helping with us to make sure that we don't show anything wrong on the maps, and that if cesspools in certain neighborhoods have been connected to sewer, for example, we don't say, you guys still have cesspools, when they actually already did the right thing and converted. So take this all with a little grain of salt, but we found 99% accurate, these maps, and really show the concentrations of cesspools in the places that they really are. So on Oahu, we see on the map here in blue, the Department of Health priority cesspool areas, where the impacts into drinking water and coastal waters are the highest from these cesspools. And the purple circles show the number of cesspools in certain Hawaiian homelands. The larger the circle, the more cesspools there are. And you can see in total, Oahu has approximately 11,000 cesspools, and about 350 of those on Department of Hawaiian Homelands lands. The biggest overlap with priority areas you can see here is in Waimanalo. Next slide, please. Then upcountry Maui is a very big overlap. You can see here in blue, the priority area upcountry Maui, and that overlaps with Waiahuli residential, where there are hundreds of cesspools in these priority areas. Total just over 300 on Maui, just under 10,000 total cesspools on Maui Island. Next slide, please. Big Island, so big it needs to be split into separate slides. So we start with the north here. No overlap between priority areas, but still lots of cesspools on homelands. Next slide, please. Western Big Island, not so many cesspools on homelands, which is great, but still priority area Kailua Kona. Next slide, please. East, Hilo side, we see lots of overlap, very damaging cesspools, both in Kea'aupuna region as well as Hilo Bay. Like to point out, especially Keaukaha and Panaewa. Those are really, really close to the existing Hilo treatment plant, which unfortunately is in bad shape right now, but those would be prime candidates for not on-site wastewater treatment plant, but to be connected to existing plants. One more slide, please. And here's the south. You can see not too many cesspools altogether, but it's very sparsely populated. On total of Big Island, we have 45,000 cesspools, so more than half of all cesspools in the state are on Big Island, and just under 1,000 DHHL cesspools on Big Island. Next slide, please. Here we have Kauai. Not too much overlap with priority areas, but still plenty DHHL cesspools, mostly on northeast side. And Kauai total 12,000 cesspools, approximately 420 on homelands. And I believe that's the last map. Oh no, Molokai. Everybody forgets Molokai, and I was guilty of that myself. Molokai does not have priority areas yet. They're being updated, and then Molokai will be included. And you can see here lots of Hawaiian homeland cesspools, almost 500 of them, just over 1,200 total cesspools on Molokai. And back to Christina. Thank you all.
Thank you, Yoko. So thanks for that overview of where all of the cesspools are located on DHHL lands. I'm going to jump back to talking a little bit about workforce development now, and also the intersection with climate change. This is just underscoring the importance of converting these cesspools in addition to the public health and environmental impacts. Climate change is threatening our infrastructure. And on the left, you can see this photo. This is from the Hanalei flood in 2018. And more of these extreme storm events are going to be happening with climate change. So in this instance, there were exposed cesspools and septic tanks leaking raw sewage directly into the bay. And on a less drastic scale, just with sea level rise, you start to get more infiltration into those nearshore cesspools and more opportunities for pollution into the nearshore waters. Currently, we're replacing about 150 cesspools per year. They all have to be replaced by 2050, so the conversion rate needs to expand about 20 times. And one of the bottlenecks is the workforce, in addition to financing these projects. So on the workforce side, we are part of a group called Work for Water, which is comprised of the partners on the left there. And basically, the Work for Water group wants to take these kind of two problems of unemployment resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic, where Hawaii went from having the lowest unemployment to the highest in the nation. And then also the problem of cesspool pollution, and turn this into an opportunity for workforce development and an opportunity to protect our waters here in Hawaii. So this includes, like I mentioned briefly before, working with the community colleges to develop curriculum. We're applying for federal grants to support internship programs, paid internship programs for folks to get involved in the wastewater industry. And this is definitely a work in progress, but we are really excited about working with the community colleges to expand the workforce, and also hopefully funding some projects to kickstart this conversion process on Department of Hawaiian Homeland's areas. So I think that wraps up our presentation. You can just see a few links here to our potty portal on the webpage, where you can learn more about the basics of cesspool conversions and our contact information. So thank you for your attention. Mahalo.
And in the interest of time, would it be okay if we went ahead and had the second presentation and then had questions?
Sure.
Is that okay with commissioners? Okay. All right, Noha, welcome.
All right. Thank you. Aloha, everyone. My name is Noha El-Gabashi. I'm the CEO of the Institute for Transformative Technologies, which is a nonprofit organization based in Oakland, California. We spun off from the Lawrence Berkeley National Lab, and we launched our work by publishing a very influential report talking about the 50 breakthrough technologies that are required to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. We do so by developing the technologies ourselves, or we acquire the technologies, we engineer and productize them for the local context. The majority of our work is actually in sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia. And once we develop the technology and engineer and productize it, we work with local partners to deploy that technology for local market context, either by partnering with a well-established company, or we do a little bit of the networking effect that you all talked about relative to broadband and other things. I'm joined by my colleague, Roger Sathry, who's our chief scientist, and we'll take you through a technology that we actually developed for the Indian context that we think is incredibly relevant and exciting for solving the cesspool issue here on the islands. And so with that, I don't know who's controlling the slides. Is that you, Nancy?
Just go ahead and let them know you're ready
Okay,
to go to the
next slide, please. So I'll hand it over to Roger to explain what our technology is, but essentially it's using earthworms to process human waste. And we think there's an incredible application for the state's context here. And we'll tell you a little bit about the technology and then tell you a little bit about its success in India and ultimately how we see it applied here in the state of Hawaii. Roger?
Thank you, Noha. Yes, we've been working on vermifiltration technology for going on 7 years now with our partners in India. They've been working on it even longer, up to 10 years or so. It's been very successful in India, and we're branching out into other parts of the world where we think it can also be very useful. So vermifiltration, basically, as Noha mentioned, is using earthworms to process human waste. These are the same earthworms that are used by organic gardeners for vermicomposting. They're not any exotic species, no chance of invasion. They're already here in Hawaii. They're in most warm climates, warm places in the planet. And we've specifically developed a technology to use these earthworms for processing human waste. Normally, like I said, they're used in vermicomposting of composting of organic material from food scraps and yard waste and things. And we've developed this technique to use the worms for sanitation applications. The big advantage is the fact that these are macroorganisms. Most sanitation technologies employ microorganisms, little bacteria, and it takes time for the little tiny microorganisms to process larger waste. But these worms, they're much larger. They physically eat the waste as it passes, and that provides mechanical breakdown of the waste. And then as it passes through the worm's guts, then it's inoculated by bacteria and other things that after it passes through the worms, it's very amenable to further natural processing. So it's a very effective, very efficient way of breaking down human waste. And the fact that it's based on these living organisms, they're self-regulating. So we start a vermifilter with some seed worms, and then depending on the food sources that are available to them, that population can grow or decrease based on the food they have available. Can we go to the next slide, please? So this technology it's maybe 30, 40 years old. It was initially used in very small scale by like off-grid enthusiasts and environmentalists as just very experimental systems back in, say, the 1970s, 1980s. It began around the turn of the century, began to get more attention from academic researchers. Now there's quite a number of researchers around the world who are doing work on this to understand the processes better and optimize the processes. There's a number of non-governmental organizations working in sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia and other places to get this technology deployed in rural areas that don't have adequate sanitation. And it's become quite mainstream, almost mainstream in India now. We'll talk more about that in a moment, and growing in popularity in some other areas. And it's at this point that we have a pretty good understanding of the physical processes, the biochemical processes based on the academic research that's been done, and now we're at a stage where we're both increasing the scale of the systems from individual household systems to larger apartment building scale systems or school systems or even municipal wastewater treatment plants that serve like the whole city. And then another thing that's happening now is going from just the academic research and the philanthropy from non-governmental organizations into a more commercially sustainable regime where this can be deployed and maintained on a sustainable basis. Can we go to the next slide, please? All right. So this slide shows kind of a cutaway of what happens inside the vermifilter itself. There's different layers inside. On the top is a biomedia layer that contains worms and then other organic matter, compost kind of stuff. And the worms live in there. And underneath that, there's some filter layers of gravel and things that further process the thing. And so the sewage is basically dumped on top. The solids are filtered out and eaten quite quickly. You know, within hours, the solids are consumed by the worms. Then the water trickles through the layers, and there's biofilms of bacteria on those other layers that further process that wastewater as it trickles through. And then it's collected at the bottom then for further treatment, depending on how effective or how clean we need the water. Then it can be treated in a secondary treatment or even tertiary treatment for reuse. Can we go to the next slide, please? So I mentioned in India, this is really taking off. This has been certified by the Indian government for use. And it's being implemented at a number of different scales, ranging from the household level. On the right-hand side there, we see a little like outhouse with a little pour flush pan in it that you flush the waste into a little vermifilter that's underground. The worms are in there. They process the waste, and then that treated water, primary treated water, then infiltrates into the ground. It's a big advancement over open defecation, which is common in these areas, and simple pit latrines where the waste has no treatment at all before it enters the water. And then on the right is the other kind of extreme is on a much larger scale, a municipal sewage treatment plant. We've got 2 municipal sewage treatment plants using vermifilters in India, in the city of Pune. One of them has been operating successfully for 2 years, working very successfully. The treated water there is reused on a cricket pitch, in fact, to make a nice green area in the city. In between these 2 scales, we've got 2 other configurations. One for like apartment buildings or schools for multiple toilets, and not just toilets, but also the gray water from kitchens and laundry and baths and so on. And then also we've got sludge treatment plants for working in India that use vermifiltration. So for example, when a latrine is pumped out or a septic tank is pumped out, then that pumpage needs to be disposed of properly. And so it's now disposed of in these vermifilter treatment plants to provide very effective processing for that. Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, and in India as well as in Hawaii, we've been implementing pilot projects and doing rigorous testing. This is a very effective treatment process, reduces the organic matter of the wastewater stream very significantly, and also reduces the nitrogen pollution quite a lot from the wastewater stream. Next slide, please. Noha, maybe you want to take over here, talk about what we've been doing in Hawaii?
Sure. So, I mean, I think you heard from our colleagues at VI the sort of the scope and scale of the problem here. And the reason we think this is a really viable solution is that we've been implementing it now for close to a decade in India. And as most technologies, sort of the path to technologies, you often see technologies developed in the West, and then they sort of move to the developing nations. In this particular context, there's really a lot to be learned from what we did in India and the success there. And then how can we take some of those learnings and apply them in the context of the state of Hawaii? So if we go to the next slide, here's kind of what the system looks like. And lest you think there's going to be worms in your toilets, that's not what this is. This is actually a system that sits outside of the home. The system is essentially intercepting the piping that's coming out of the home and this existing cesspool. And so it's a bit of a drop-in solution that we think would be easy to install without significant changes to the home or the existing plumbing. Where you see the orange is where the worms would be. And in addition to the vermifilter itself, we have some tanks and ways to accommodate not just the toilet water, but the gray water as well. And then you see a plant bed next to that. And the installation would be by hand, so no excavation is required, where you might see that in some of the incumbent solutions that end up costing extremely high, not just because of the equipment cost, but the installation costs as well. And so our system can deal with both the toilet and the gray water treatment, either in sort of a modular form or in an integrated form. And so what we've done is, if we can go to the next slide, we've started piloting our system in the island of Maui. And we started with a home that required and gave us the opportunity to think about a toilet water only installation. And here you can see under the home, we have the vermifilter tank where sewage comes straight into that tank and then is processed through the biomedia that Roger talked about and the gravel. And then it goes into a secondary treatment unit, which is essentially just a plant bed. And then it goes from the plant bed straight into the cesspool. This system has been operating successfully for over 22 months. We've been working with the University of Hawaii in Maui to test the effluent data and to make sure that we meet the National Sanitation Foundation requirements. And so again, the toilet waste discharges straight into the vermifilter for that primary treatment. The water then flows to the plant bed for further treatment and then ultimately into the cesspool. On the next slide, we've done a second installation in Kula, where we've actually combined both the toilet water as well as the gray water. And in this system, you'll see here, again, the plumbing comes straight out of the home into this sump tank. And then from the sump tank, it goes into the vermifilter. And then following the vermifilter, it'll go into these set of 3 plant beds and then ultimately into the cesspool. Next slide, please. What we've done post these, and because we've gotten very good data as a result of these 2 pilot installations, we're actually in the process now of getting it certified with the Hawaii equivalent, the NSF equivalent Hawaii certification. We built a 400 gallon per day system. We installed it and actually just completing installation this month. The certification runs for about 6 months. And we fully expect that our system will meet the NSF 40 and the NSF 245 standards. Beyond the certification, what we're doing next is we're really thinking about how do we just optimize the design for cost in terms of the CapEx, but also the operational expenses of this, the installation expenses, and ultimately the maintenance and manufacturability. We're also giving some thought to, obviously, the footprint and aesthetics, because essentially this system would be out in either a backyard or a front yard. So that's sort of the next step. And then following that, we're looking at the full supply chain. We want to use as much locally available materials as possible. On the islands, there's plenty of worms already, so we don't really have to worry about that. But in terms of the tanks, the pumps, the fittings, etc. And then we're going to need to deploy additional pilot systems to test different sizes, different configurations, and different locations. And we need to further understand the market and the ecosystem. And so our friends, of course, at VI have been incredibly helpful in that regard, but we're also working with the Deputy Director Gomez and Nancy to really understand what the market size looks like. Where can our technology be applicable? We believe that we can solve a good slice of the 88,000 homes that need conversion, but not all. And so where is really that total addressable market for us? And our ultimate objective is, much in keeping with our model, to launch locally owned and operated businesses. As once we get the technology to a readiness stage, we really want to think about how to deploy this either with a local partner or with a distributed network of entrepreneurs who can take this up and really see this as a business opportunity. We think that we can sort of be aggressive in our targets and think about tens of thousands of sites over the next 5 to 7 years, it will likely involve a revenue model that includes installation and an annual service and maintenance regime. And we see this as our friends in VI have said, I mean, we really see this as a significant opportunity for creating local jobs and developing the local economy. So we are given 5 minutes. Hopefully we stayed within the 5 minutes, but happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Yes, and commissioners, Chair, if I may, one reason we're bringing this to you is because we are going to want to reach out to homestead lessees, starting on Oahu and maybe some of the outer islands as well, to look at pilot projects, getting sort of volunteers to participate in implementing some of these technologies. So that's why we really wanted to brief you on where we're at right now. Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you, Nancy. Thank you for all the presenters. I see some hands going up already, so go ahead, Zachary.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Nancy, thank you and the team for the wonderful presentation for this very interesting topic. A question regarding septic tanks, is there any funding out there like for Native Hawaiians or like Native Americans for septic tanks to replace cesspools? Do you know of any?
Well, we've been looking into that, and right now it's more like, if we could get infrastructure money from the federal government to use specifically on Hawaiian homeland. Senator Schatz, I believe, has been working on some of that, but we have yet to kind of get it all, in an implementable situation. But the idea is that we would have a menu basically of alternatives, and that hopefully that funds would be available, maybe like a no-cost loan kind of thing, or possibly grants. We don't know yet, but Stuart, do you want to say what you guys have been working on?
Yeah, thank you, Nancy. We have been, as you said, working with Senator Schott's office and with his position on the Indian Affairs Committee. We think there's a strong chance that we could get funding directly. So we're working on that. We've also applied for an EDA grant, which you all, thank you for your support and your letter of support that will help not only Native Hawaiians and lessees with help with their conversions, but also possibly for workforce development. As we mentioned earlier, there's up to 2,000 new jobs that can be created. And so we've got some big grants and an earmark that was approved by Senator Hirono's office to do that. And so we think that's a big part of it. But as part of this, they're calling it a couple of things, but the bipartisan infrastructure law, this is the largest amount of money that's ever, the federal government has ever, granted for wastewater issues, infrastructure issues in general, but especially for wastewater. So we do think there's very specific funding and want to work with you to make sure that we can get that for DHHL. So it's a very kind of momentous time for this because there's never been more awareness of this issue and more funding available.
Could I add to another thing, Nancy? If there are funds out there for septic tanks, I really would like to see local Native Hawaiian businesses to do the installation of these septic tanks. I think, that I'd like to see the Native Hawaiians become the beneficiary of these opportunities. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Stuart, the question is, what is the anticipated cost? Oh, I'm sorry. What is the anticipated cost of one of these worm treatment for an average house? What are you projecting those costs to be?
For the worm ones, I'll let Noha, answer that one.
Yeah, sure. So we are looking at keeping the cost down below the 5,000 mark. We haven't gotten there yet, but that's what we're shooting for, at least initially. And we might be able to do that with a couple of really sort of innovative design changes that we make to our system. There is going to be an operating cost because especially in the combined system where we can't rely solely on gravity, there is going to be some electricity costs. And so we're keeping in mind what that might look like and trying to keep it as low as possible as well. And then of course, if we're looking to deploy a bit of a utility model, there will be a sort of monthly subscription cost as well associated with it. But we're looking to really significantly be well below what a septic tank conversion might be, which from all that we're hearing can range anywhere between $10,000 to $25,000 per home.
Probably twice that in certain areas. So you might want to revise your numbers. Go to David first and then Russell.
Thank you. So part of the problem with being old is I can only remember the last thing that I heard, which was the worm part. But is there anything that kills the worms? Because you know what I mean? What happens in that situation?
Yeah. So Roger, I'll let you answer that one, and then we'll talk about mitigating.
Sure. There are a few things. In general, the worms are quite robust. There's a few things that can harm them. Some acid-based cleaners, toilet cleaners are some of those are fairly common in India, and so we've warned the homeowners to not use those acid-based cleaners. We don't see those acid-based cleaners here in the U.S. market though, and like chlorine, like Clorox cleaner, stuff like that. That's fine for the worms in limited quantities. So they're pretty robust. And then if there is some issue with some chemical going down the toilet that kills the worms, then the worms can be recharged. You know, worms are easy to grow. You know, organic gardeners do it all the time. They make lots of worms, and so if there's something that were to happen to the worms, then they could easily be recharged. But under normal use, then that worm population is quite stable and robust. We have household level toilets in India that have been working for 7 years now, and they're still working fine. So under normal circumstances, they're quite robust.
So on each island, then you would have a worm growing facility that you would then utilize to bring out to the different households?
That's right. They're quite easy to grow at different scales. You know, you can grow them in a basin in your backyard, or in India we have much larger scale wormeries, we call them, where we have big mounds where we cultivate the worms. They reproduce in about a month or so. So they're quick growing, and then each new toilet each new vermifilter, we use about 2 pounds of worms, you know, a couple of handfuls of worms we put in when we first start the vermifilter, and then the population regulates itself after that. So they're very easy to grow and quick to grow at scale. And so, yeah, whether we have one large wormery on each island or several smaller ones, that's the logistics that we would work out over time.
Yeah, and there are already a few of them on the islands. Schools have been actually growing these worms. It's been an educational process for the kids. And so we've leveraged existing wormeries right now to build our pilot systems. As we go to scale, we'll have to consider other alternatives, but it's already happening on the islands.
Yeah, I saw a news article where some school they take all the leftover food and they pile it on, and then it's consumed by the worms. And you know, it doesn't seem like the best choice for like my house, but I get it, and if it works, I guess it works. But now I remember the other one was septic tanks, and I'm from the Big Island, so septic tanks are running maybe 30 or 40,000 per household. So I tried to multiply that out times 88,000, but it's a bunch of money that we would need at least for all of the ones on the Big Island in order to convert to a septic tank. But on the other hand, septic tanks you don't see them, and you pump them out, once every couple of years or so, or once a year, and you're done. But thank you.
Can I mention, Chair, if you please?
Sure.
One of our concerns with septic systems is that those will also begin to fail with sea level rise. So we're already past that with cesspools, but septics will be next. So they have a kind of a clock ticking on them as well.
Okay.
So
Thank you,
above
Nancy.
ground solutions are probably the best.
Thank you, Nancy. Russell?
Two questions. One is, knowing what you know about Hawaiian homelands, are we looking more at the individual home system or the kind of package community system, or a mix of that? And then second question is, in the system where you pass the worm filter and then you have effluent going into your plant bed, are you limited in, are there certain plants that work and others that don't? And you can't grow food in that, or what are the limitations on that piece of the system?
Yeah, why don't we start the oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, before we answer Commissioner's first question, I just wanted to point out for the communal systems, I think one of the challenges or issues that the department would have to overcome is how do we operate those communal facilities over time. So right now, just given our internal challenges, individual systems is probably more feasible for the department at this current time.
Yeah, and I can address that if you'd like. The package systems versus individual. I hear what you're saying about that. The good thing is that we're working with some technologies that for these cluster systems that aren't vulnerable to sea level rise. And so instead of sewering, which just is incredibly expensive, it's like $1 million, more than $1 million per mile to lay the pipe. It's incredibly disruptive in areas where there's only one road with 2 lanes. And so we're working with these systems now that can use 2-inch PVC pipe and take it from a modified septic tank that pumps it out, and then can go along the street, meet a slightly larger line, but they don't have to be trenched deep. So they're very shallow and they're very resilient to earthquakes, to erosion, sea level rise, all these things. And then they can either go to the local sewer line and just tap right into the sewer line, or they can, if there's no sewer line anywhere within range, they can go to their own small treatment plant. And they have these now that can be done like sanitation as a service. And so instead of having all the millions of dollars that it would cost, they can do that, monitor them, and they have the contract, and people pay, a monthly service charge. And they've been doing this all around the country, especially in areas where there was a lot of sea level rise, inundation, and inflow into the sewers. And it's just much cheaper, much more affordable, and more resilient.
Well, and one of the things we've been thinking about also is the Kuleana Homestead Settlement Program, and that homesteaders, who are, definitely going the low cost route, could get together and decide to have a decentralized system that would be way more affordable than, based on the technologies available.
Okay. Did anybody answer Russell's question?
Yeah. Roger, do you want to answer about the plants?
About the plants, right? Any plants that are suitable to the local climate can be grown in the plant bed filters, and it's in our latest systems we're using a a variety of native Hawaiian plants. In other systems, we've got just other water-loving plants. And we at this point, we can't recommend that you grow food crops in the plant bed filter. It's just plants for treating the water, ornamental plants. It could look pretty in your backyard, but we wouldn't recommend growing food plants in there. In the long term, our aspiration is to further refine this technology and treat the water to tertiary standards where it could be reused in your garden, for example. At this point, though, we're just treating it to a secondary level where it can safely be disposed of into the existing cesspool.
Thank you. That's
Okay, any other questions, commissioners?
Chair.
Oh, sorry. Mike?
Yeah, this is on the policy side. So the mandate, state mandate is to not have any cesspools by 2050. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so what is department's position on assisting beneficiaries? I think I counted a little less. I wrote down a little less than 3,000 beneficiaries or lessees that have cesspools. Are we?
Don't.
What's that?
Go ahead.
I was gonna.
Are you asking the department what its policy is?
Well, I want to know what our plans are. I mean, is it something that we facilitate to help lessees, or are we going to put together a plan? And I mean, I think these presentations are fantastic and great, and they're great options. But yes, I'm asking, are we taking a position? Are we looking to help out the 3,000 or less than 3,000 folks that are on cesspool, and or are they going to be are the lessees are going to be the ones responsible to convert by 2050?
Yeah, so I think the answer to your question is if we had a source of income, we would certainly look to help our lessees. But if there's no source of income, then the responsibility really falls upon them, right? It's your vertical, it's your house, it's really your kuleana. So if there is an opportunity to obtain funding, then we certainly can. But we're not looking to create any program other than within what's being discussed at the legislature right now, participating in and supporting some revolving fund type programs that other agencies are also looking into. We participate in that and facilitate our beneficiaries' participation in those programs.
Yeah, because depending on which system folks want to convert to, yeah, the cost will definitely could be a challenge.
Definitely, definitely the conversion to a aerobic wastewater system is probably more than $40,000 right now.
Yeah.
Right, and that's why we're working with BI and ITT to get some pilots going, get this all approved by Department of Health, and then if we can get funding, have that funding directed to Hawaiian Homelands.
Yeah, and I think, Nancy, the reason that we're involved in partnering is really to get these programs ground truth so that they become certified by the Hawaii Department of Health, so that it can become part of an option for not only our beneficiaries, but everybody in the state of Hawaii.
Well, and also to have our beneficiaries participate in the workforce training programs. That's a really exciting facet to all of this.
Okay, that was as Zachary was saying, but nothing stops any of our beneficiaries from taking training, becoming an entrepreneur in the installation of septic systems now, right? So
We just
The
need
tech-
a lot more of them and we need them quick. And Stuart put in the chat that the technologies they presented have already passed DOH and they're already approved. I think the vermiculture one is still going through that, but you're anticipating that happening, what, within the next year or so, Noha?
Yeah, I mean, the certification takes about 6 months, and then we're working closely with the DOH on being one of the approved technologies.
Yeah, I mean, so there's lots, in addition to the workforce, I mean, there's lots of, I think, offshoots from this technology. There's earthworms can be, purchased to increase the productivity of the rest of the soil on your property. And I can see from a fisherman's standpoint that I'd be happy to take some out fishing with me and use them. So there's all kinds of business opportunities. So thank you for the presentation. If there are no more questions, I'm gonna let you folks go and let Andrew and
Yeah.
Nancy go. Or just-
Mahalo, commissioners.
Thank you, Nancy.
Mahalo.
Thank you.
Mahalo, everyone.
Thank you.
Mahalo.
Hello.
Okay, we're gonna go back to the agenda and go to agenda item G1.
Commissioners, item number G1, support groundwater management area designation of Waianae aquifers. The recommended motion action is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission, one, acknowledge the legal benefits and protections that accrue to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands and its beneficiaries' water reservations and uses in designated water management areas. And two, formally support the proposed designation of the Waianae Aquifer Sector Area as a groundwater management area as being proposed by the Honolulu City and County Board of Water Supply. And three, authorize the chairman to take actions as necessary to effectuate this.
Can I have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
Third.
Moved and seconded. Okay, sorry, we were in a discussion over here. Who moved and who seconded for the record?
I moved.
I
Dennis.
second.
Third. Oh, Zach.
Thank you. I'm so happy that we have so many folks that are interested in moving and seconding. Are we waiting for Jonathan to be brought in?
He's there.
All right.
Yes. With me today, commissioners, I have Dr. Johnson Ipeke Shoyer, who will briefly go through the submittal.
Aloha, commissioners, and also I believe admitted into the room is Barry Usagawa with the Board of Water Supply. It's the Board of Water Supply who's petitioning the Commission on Water Resources Management, and so he'll be available to answer questions as well. I'm going to start to share my screen, and I'm going to go briefly through this. This is a presentation that is adapted from the presentation that you received, I believe in December on these general issues. But after we did our December report, there was a specific request from Commissioner Kanemoku that we come back forward with a proposal for DHHL to support the Board of Water Supply's petition to designate Waianae as a groundwater management area. Are you seeing my presenter view or my slide view? Sorry, Andrew, are you able to see my presenter view or are you seeing my slide view?
Your presenter view.
Okay, now you should be seeing my correct one. Okay. So very briefly, I'm just going to go over what highlights of what I presented in December, the implications of a possible designation of the groundwater management area for Waianae, and then a review of the possible actions that the Hawaiian Homes Commission could take. This first map that I'm showing you is a map of the aquifer system areas on the island of Oahu, and with an overlay of DHHL land tracts. And one of the take homes of this is that 60% of all the DHHL lands on Oahu are in the Waianae Moku, in the Waianae groundwater management, or the Waianae groundwater aquifer area. But that aquifer area is actually the smallest in terms of its sustainable yield of all the aquifers on the island of Oahu. While the overall island has a sustainable yield of 393.5 million gallons a day, only 13 million gallons a day of water is available from the 4 aquifer sectors that make up the Waianae aquifer system. DHHL has significant homestead communities developed into 2 regional planning areas, the Waianae area and the Nanakuli area, with over almost 6,000 acres of land. And these, when you look at our future water demands based on the existing land use plans that have been approved by this commission, there's significant unmet both potable needs and non-potable needs. So water in which can be used for non-potable uses like irrigation, as well as potable drinking water needs. So almost 2 million gallons a day of unmet needs for drinking water, and an additional up to 10 million gallons a day of unmet needs for groundwater, or excuse me, for non-potable water. A significant amount of those are related to the potential restoration of taro lands in the area that Ka'ala Farm uses. Based on the calculations done by the U.S. Geological Survey in a cooperative study with the Office of Hawaiian Affairs and Onipa'a Nahui Kalo, applying those water demands to the potential irrigated lands in Ka'ala, you could have almost another 7.25 million gallons a day of water needed just there for irrigation. I'll just say that the demand doesn't mean that that water is actually available in Waianae right now, but that is when you apply the water demands to our needs, what you get. We have some existing reservations of water for use in Waianae from other aquifer system areas on the island. And these were adopted by administrative rule because the rest of Oahu is already designated as a groundwater management area. So we have the highest level of protection of our reservations. And for both from Waipahu and Waiava, we have water reserved for us in Papakolea, Nanakuli, and Waianae Lualualei homestead areas. But that reservation isn't quite enough to meet all of our future needs. So we have unmet needs. Future reservations could be done either in the Waianae area, which is close to its sustainable yield in terms of existing uses, or additional reservations made in Ewa and Kunia. The implications of groundwater management area for Waianae, if the Water Commission chooses to act on the petition from the Board of Water Supply, is the next thing I'll just briefly go over. And so I'm just going to go over a couple things where there are existing groundwater management areas and how DHHL rights are protected in groundwater management areas. I think you might recall seeing this slide from the last time. Currently, everything in blue is protected as a groundwater management area in the state, and everything in green is not. So all of Oahu except Waianae, except where we have the most of our lands on Oahu, is protected as a groundwater management area. All groundwater on the island of Molokai is protected, and that was really done at the behest of homesteaders soon after the water code was passed in 1987. And then after 20 years of struggle, the Iao Aquifer was designated as a groundwater management area. There's currently a proceeding to designate ground and surface water in West Maui that was initiated by the Water Commission. And what the Board of Water Supply is seeking is groundwater designation for the remainder of Oahu that's not designated. The biggest difference for groundwater in designated versus non-designated area is how permits to put in wells and withdraw groundwater are made. In all areas of the state, if you want to put in a well and you want to put in a pump, you have to get a well construction permit and a pump installation permit. But those have been historically reviewed by the Commission on Water Resources Management, sort of as almost like building permits. As long as they are technically correct, the permit will be issued. However, in designated water management areas, you also have to get a water use permit, and that permit is subjected to a more public process. You have public notice requirements, and then there's also various requirements, including the applicant has to specifically discuss how their proposed use of water will impact the Department of Hawaiian Homelands and our rights under the water code. So the Board of Water Supply is submitting a petition to designate the Waianae Moku as a groundwater management area. They have begun, and I've been assisting them with it in a lot of community outreach. So far, the Nanakuli Neighborhood Board has taken a vote in favor of designation. And so these folks, and you recognize all of them, are the members of the Water Commission and served by Cleo Manuel, former planning program manager at DHHL, who's been the deputy director of the Water Resources Commission on Water Resources Management. There's three main ways in which DHHL's rights are particularly enhanced in water management areas compared to non-water management areas. The first is, as we have on Oahu related to our existing reservations, we can get reservations by administrative rule. We've secured reservations outside of water management areas on some of the other islands, and we're very actually happy to have those reservations, but they could be potentially changed by the Water Commission at a single meeting of the Water Commission, rather than having to go through the rulemaking process to change or alter our reservations. In addition, and this is what has really driven DHHL working with beneficiaries, our protection of our water rights in Molokai, we have the ability to comment on, object to, and request contested cases on the water use permits of other parties in designated water management areas. And in addition, as I briefly mentioned, water use permits are conditioned on DHHL uses. So even theoretically, in the situation where water availability is maximized, anybody who has a permit, it is still conditioned on the rights of DHHL to assert that it needs water for its future needs. So those are three ways in which DHHL's rights are very significantly enhanced in designated water management areas as compared to non-water management areas. So the action item, again, responsive to the request from this commission in December, proposes three things. First, to acknowledge that there are legal benefits and protections which accrue to DHHL and its beneficiaries, our water reservations and uses in water management areas. Second, to formally support the proposed designation of the Waianae Aquifer sector area as a groundwater management area, as is being proposed by the Board of Water Supply. And finally, and I apologize, I'm just seeing now that should say 3, it says 2 for some reason. It's a third action to authorize the chairman to take actions as necessary to effectuate this. That's the conclusion of the presentation, not as scientifically interesting as vermicomposting, but of great significance to our beneficiaries.
Thank you, Jonathan. Commissioners, questions for Jonathan or Andrew? Patty?
And Barry Usagawa is here as well.
Hello, Barry. Patty?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I wanted to thank Jonathan and Andrew and his staff for putting this together. The lengthy work that they work with BWS, Aina boy, thank you so much. And we Nanakuli Neighborhood Board had the privilege of having this presentation by Jonathan and Board of Water, and then and it was truly supported unanimously by our community, our Moku. We did have some concerns, but it was answered through Barry and Board of Water. And so I did want to also thank Chairman for putting this item on the agenda as noted in February. So I urge commissioners to please support this moving forward, Waianae Moku management designation for the Waianae aquifers. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Patty. Other commissioners, questions? Okay. Russell? And then Mike.
Yeah, thanks, Jonathan and Barry for. So my question, not that it makes a difference in my support, but who would oppose us or this designation? Who, like developers or hotels, or who opposes it?
In other areas, developers have opposed it. There is still, the folks who own the resort zoned lands in Makaha could emerge as being concerned with this. The U.S. Navy has use of spring water in groundwater, essentially in Lualua Lake, that would require them to get a permit and justify their current uses. They could potentially, and then I'll also just say, right, it's 2022. Sometimes people just, when you say a government agency is trying to do something to protect things. Some people are just distrustful.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Russell. Mike?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Jonathan and Barry. I was just curious, you were showing a presentation and only the Waianae area was not designated. Why is that?
It's an excellent question, Commissioner. The short answer is that nobody asked for it. Plenty of people in the community have talked about designation for Waianae and along for many years. Originally, 3 areas of Oahu became designated when the water code was passed because they were subject to regulation under a previous law. And so basically a stripe down the middle of the island, Wailua, Central Oahu, and the Honolulu and Pearl Harbor areas were designated. And then soon after the code was passed, Windward Oahu kalo farmers and environmentalists and others petitioned to have Windward Oahu designated as a water management area. And while people have talked about it for a long time in the West Side, it does take a lot of effort and funding and persistence. And so finally, BWS decided we see the future need for this. We want to do it now. Barry, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, if I may, good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. And thank you for consideration of supporting our petition. Yeah, we're doing this for three main reasons. And one, I mean, we believe that there's a need for it's a critical need to have enhanced water resource management, especially in Waianae, because it's, we're looking for a sustainable water supply, and Waianae is so dry. Climate change impacts, we've seen it decreasing rainfall and aquifer levels, and we need to better understand that. So with the enhanced resource management authority that the Water Commission has, and they would regulate us, that we'd be able to understand it better and make the appropriate resource management and capital planning decisions. But to answer to your question, it's really, equity is a third, because why is Waianae the only place not designated? We have the most population of any island in the state. There's no reason why every aquifer on this island be designated, because we just, there's development stresses, there's climate change impacts, and it's just equity. Why is and DHHL has a lot of vacant lands in Waianae as well. So we need to understand and address those issues. And so no one ever did it, but I wanted to close by saying our board of directors also supported our petition for designation of Waianae. So I think we all have coming from the same objective, and we appreciate your support. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Yeah, and then thanks. Yeah, I think we should thank Commissioner Turia bringing it up.
Very grateful.
Any other questions? If not, we have a motion on the floor. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Aye.
Seeing none, the motion carries.
Hold on.
Thank you very much, Jonathan.
Mahalo nui.
Mahalo.
Aloha.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you, Barry.
Thank you, Barry.
Thanks, Andrew. And Chair Aina.
Okay. Next agenda item G2.
Commissioners, item G2, approval of recommendation for regional plan priority project and capacity building grant awards. The recommended motion is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission approves a $859,375 allocation from the Native Hawaiian Rehabilitation Fund to fund the following organizations for regional plan priority project grants and capacity building grants. These organizations are listed in the written submittal. And then the second motion is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission approves carrying over to the 2022-2023 fiscal year any of the approved allocated funds that cannot be encumbered by contract by June 30th, 2022.
Commission members, may I have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So move.
Second.
And Yes. Okay.
Commissioners, with me today, I have Gigi Kyrell, the department's loan grant specialist.
Hi, Gigi. Do you want to add anything?
Just a couple, just background. Aloha Chair and Commissioners, good afternoon. Gigi Kyrell with the Planning Office. Andrew stated the motion that we are recommending to fund $859,375 in grant awards. We did receive a total of 14 applications. 12 applications arrived on time and complete from neighbor islands, so 12 from neighbor islands. And 2 applications were received from Oahu homesteads, also following the RFP guidelines, and also were complete. And we are recommending funding all 14. We did not receive any late applications in this round. And we did not reject or deny any applications that we received by the deadline. Usually we do report on that, so I will make that more explicit in the submittal in the future. But in this case, we are recommending that all 14 applications that were received by the deadline and in compliance with the RFP, we are recommending to fund. Thank you.
Andrew, ready to take questions? Okay, commissioners, questions for Andrew, or go ahead, Russell.
Actually, I have a question for Commissioner Helm. I see two Molokai Farmer Associations. Which one was the one that presented to us that you were a part of? Is that the Farmers Alliance? Homestead Farmers Alliance? No.
No, Ho'opili Farmers Association
That's the one
presented this morning.
No. So at a previous meeting, we had a gentleman join us by Zoom, and then he had a short video. And then I think, Zach, you mentioned that you were part of that association. I think so. Is that either of these two, or is that a third one?
Do you recall, Zach?
You unmute, Zach.
Russell, I'm on the board. I'm a member of the Kalamola Homestead Association. I'm not affiliated with Ho'opili or the Alliance.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
so I support both of them, but what do they do different things, or is it different areas, or?
Well, Ho'opili, I believe it's in Ho'olehua. Is that right?
Okay.
Yeah, mostly Ho'olehua. And Kalamola is basically for the, I believe, for the park. Is that the requests for the funding? But then the Ho'opili Farmers Association is pretty much for Ho'olehua area.
Can you provide any additional information?
Yes, Chairman. Ho'opili Farmers Association is a fairly new organization. They just started a year or so ago and recently got their 501c3. They're mostly kind of a new and up and coming group trying to mentor younger generation leaders. And they want to carry on the shared farm equipment project. Molokai Farmers Alliance, they have been around for a very, very long time. They are more of an advocacy group. They started out, their founding members started out with water rights. They're on Molokai and continue to fight for water rights. That's kind of their strength. And the Farmers Alliance covers island-wide. Ho'opili right now is kind of Ho'olehua, like Commissioner Helm stated.
And Zach, as you were talking, I think I might have mistaken. It might have been the hunters group that presented to us previously that you knew those guys, the guys that go out and hunt deer or something, or those guys. But in any case, I just was curious why there was, whether they were competing or, but
No,
it
I
sounds
was-
like they all work together. kind
I
of
was
thing.
in support of the Molokai Hunters
Yeah.
Club.
Okay.
To get funding to remove some of the deers.
Yeah, thank you, Gigi. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Zachary, you mentioned that you're on the Kalamaula Homestead Association.
Yes, I'm a member.
Are they party to any of these grants that you're aware of, or grant requests?
Yes, yes.
So just out of an abundance of caution, you plan to recuse yourself?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Comments? Okay.
Well,
Oh, go ahead, David.
I feel like I'm a Maui commissioner today because Big Island was the beneficiary of quite a few grants, and I appreciate that, and I'm sure they'll be used well. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, since there are no more questions, all those in favor, with the exception of Zachary, who's going to recuse himself, say aye.
Aye.
Noting the recusal, there are no nays, so the motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gigi and
Mahalo, commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, Gigi. Thank you.
Thank you, Gigi.
One more item.
Gigi.
Commissioners, item G3, approval to authorize the chairman to submit to the U.S. Department of Agriculture, Rural Development, an application for federal funds for the construction of the Ka'u'oka'a'i Water and Wastewater Project, Kapolei, Oahu. Commissioners, the recommended motion action is that the commission approves the following. Authorize the chairman to submit to the U.S. Department of Agriculture, Water and Environmental Program a funding application in the amount of $3.7 million for the construction of the Ka'u'oka'a'i Water and Wastewater Project, Kapolei, Oahu. And secondly, authorize the chairman to negotiate the final terms and conditions of the USDA RDWEP funds.
can I have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
Gigi is also the lead staff on this submittal.
There's also a presentation last, right?
Yes. Aloha Chair and Commissioners. So this is a follow-up from the workshop, the Nakupa'a Okuhio workshop we did last month. This particular project is the very last project we had with the partnership with them. And the project is already built and completed. Families have moved in. 160 families have moved in. So this was the project where we were notified by USDA that their funding was not released to Nakupa'a. So we came to mutual agreement with USDA and Nakupa'a that the funding be transferred to the department for us to get reimbursed for this project. So in order to do that, USDA requested that we submit an application under the department's name so that they can begin the process to transfer the funds to us. So that's really basically what we're trying to do, is just finish up, button things up and get the federal funds directly to us.
And basically, it's a reimbursement to us for money that we fronted, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, if not, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, that motion carries.
Thank you, Gigi. Yep.
Great, mahalo. Have a
Thank you,
good evening,
Gigi.
Commissioners.
Good evening.
Aloha.
While we get Hokule to sign in, I just want to let you know that agenda item D1 will be deferred till tomorrow morning. And
One.
agenda item C2 is the final agenda item of today. So Hokule.
Chair, what about G5?
Do we do G5? Oh, I'm sorry. I stand corrected.
Oh, G5, Chair.
Andrew, you ready to do G5 while we wait for Hoku? We stopped him from. Why don't we?
This one can be quick. Commissioners, item G5, status update on plan implementation in the Kapolei region. I think like we have done in the past in order to expedite the commission meeting, you have the written report in front of you. If you have any questions of the written report, with me today, I have Perlene Fukuba from the planning office who will be happy to help answer any of your questions. Otherwise, the presentation that we prepared will be given at the community meeting this evening.
Okay. Any questions for Andrew or Perlene? All right. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Perlene.
Thank you, Andrew.
We'll go to Hokule now.
Thank you, Andrew.
Okay. Hokule, agenda item C2.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is item C2 for information only. This is the report and recommendation from the investigative committee to review selection criteria, potential candidates, and other issues related to the retention of private counsel for matters related to Act 14. The gist of this report is that counsel has been retained. And what the committee decided to do was to split potential Act 14 matters into two categories. One category involving negotiation and settlement matters, and a second category involving litigation matters. We retained counsel for the negotiation and settlement category. And that counsel is Ashford and Riston, who you folks are familiar with. And in terms of the litigation category, we have a separate request for independent counsel that is with the Attorney General's office. So this committee's work is actually not completed yet, as we wait to see how the request for litigation counsel pans out. The committee also has a recommendation, and that recommendation is actually that a new committee be formed to continue to work on Act 14 matters, to investigate, discuss, review, vet, and recommend courses of action on the outstanding items. So the recommendation as printed in the submittal is not exactly accurate. Next month, you will see that a new committee request will be presented.
Okay. Questions? Members of the PIG? No? Thank you so much, Hokule. Hokule, any questions? None? That brings us to the end of today's meeting. We will recess till tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. And we have contested cases after
Chair.
scheduled. Yes.
Apologize. I do not belong to the association because I'm not a current member. I did not pay my membership fee, just to let you know.
Okay.
Sorry. You gotta be a member to pay your current fee. I haven't done that.
You
in
gotta
2
pay your
years.
dues.
I never paid my dues. It was $1.
Didn't pay your dues. Come on,
Oh, well,
Commissioner.
I just wanted to let you know.
How much is it, Zach? I pay him for
It's all
you.
good.
Hey,
It's all
throw
good.
that guy out.
Oh my goodness.
Zachary, would you? Zachary,
I'm
would
not
you
the
like?
only one that didn't pay. A lot of us, because we haven't had a meeting for a long time.
Zachary, would you like the record to show that you would have voted yes? Had you been
Yeah.
able to? Okay.
Yes,
All
that's
right.
what I was trying to get at. Thanks, Bill. Thank you.
Okay, we are in recess till tomorrow morning.
Okay, thank you.
folks.
Hello,
So long.
everybody.
Aloha.
Have a good-
Everybody, be
Don't
safe.
forget the community meeting tonight. You
How
so
was your Auntie
so
Sue's?
decide to join us.
Hey, Zach, maybe Gigi can go find you some money for pay you.
Gotta wait, gotta go next year now.
Okay. All right, you
Bye,
guys.
guys.
I was a seventh
Good
grader.
night,
We
folks.
used
Be
to catch the
safe.
bus, and she was an eighth grader, right? So she was the
After all
older
of
one.
that.